430,000.
I'm not worried about it anyway. Just if we need to have the lane right. Give him one on.
Breeze.
And to Stanton Hill, welcome to the live stream. Welcome everybody. Welcome. Slight delay to getting here. Coventry's had a lot of problems, and the IT guys in the company and him have sorted it. So welcome to the live stream of the Mini. We are still on 11. He'll get you the chip counts very, very shortly. But we are still on 11. There we go. There are the chip counts. What's happened there?
I don't know. Phil Tate's obviously been in the chip cupboard because a third of the chips in play with 11 left. There's something else.
Wow. Okay, jeez. So we're still on 11. We are literally 10 minutes into the level. And we are now counting down. And we're going to be on YouTube. We are only on YouTube, so everybody watching on YouTube, hi. There is no Twitch, there is no Facebook at this moment in time. As soon as there is, we will let you know, but we are on YouTube all night long, thanks to the guys in the background that have been working tirelessly all day to get you back on. Something to do with Coventry, whatever it was, we don't know. But we're back now, and we've got the Mini to concentrate on. 110 bigs. And a third of the chips in play. Wow. Wowzers. So welcome one and all, wherever you may be. We've got the chat on. We've only got the chat on YouTube, so good afternoon. Happy birthday, Val.
Happy birthday, Val.
Happy birthday, Valerie.
32 today?
Something like that.
32?
Yeah.
Happy 32nd, Val.
If you can't count, she's 32.
There you go.
Happy birthday, Valerie. And... So Lenny's in there as well. Happy birthday,
Lenny as well.
Yeah.
It's your birthday.
How are we doing, Lenny? Hope things are good, but we are now live here in Coventry. Well done to the powers that be to get it all sorted, but they did seem to have big problems earlier today. But now we are back. Welcome one and all. Why does your YouTube have the chat on the right and mine has it? Oh, mine got it on the right as well. Oh, yeah, that's right. Same picture. I was looking, just looking then. So I don't very often use YouTube. But our restream chat, obviously, because we're only on YouTube, we're not looking. So straight to the table. The blinds are 25,000, 50,000. 40-minute clock. 11 left.
This should be getting called by Joe. Six-handed here. It's a 14 big blind shove, but hold on a minute. Because Narkis with a couple of tens here. And Joe, one of the biggest stacks, probably going to be opening a fair amount, even from gun, 6 max here, effective hijack. Dan gets the shove 8s, he gets the shove 7s, 9s, as we can see. A lot of hands we flip against ace 10 in there, perhaps, maybe some king 10 suited. We only have 9 bigs of our own here as Narcissus, but I feel like 10's going to be well too good, sir. Way too good to let go. I've got a bad feeling he's going to have
I think with an all-in in front of him and a call, or raise and an all-in, I think he might just think he's behind. And they could be going in the bin, these. Action to start the day, 11 players left.
It is a 14 big blind shove, but over and open from one of the big stacks of the table. Like, Dan should shove 8s here, he should shove 7s, maybe even dropping into some 6s and 5s once in a while. A lot of hands we flip against, maybe some ace 10, king 10 suited. Like 8s here, I'd probably fold. 10s seems too good. 9s is kind of like the hand. But burning through these time banks. And also got the additional thing being this deep as well. Every spot's a ladder now, maybe makes an extra couple of quid the time we fold. Joe calls, bust down potentially, but 10 6-handed town. And we've only got 9 big blinds.
I think these are going in the bin. I don't think he likes these at all. He's using another.
4 time banks. I think he
should be, well...
I think he should call Gary,
yeah.
But it's in the moment, in game. Don't know what he thinks of Dan. Can't fault him. Just sat down, big day 3. Looks like he is going to come to the correct decision. And now Joe straight out of there with the ace jack. And Joe would have been having 2 overs to the 2 of them, but this would have probably been the best case scenario for us with the ace jack here as Joe. So Dan needing a 9 to bust Narcissus. Narcissus just needing to hold here with the 10s.
Another 10 survive. Would an ace have hit on the flop? If we'd have called with the ace jack. Oh, the jackets. Oh. The hearts are covered, which is good. And the heart hits. So the 10 of hearts would have won the lot anyway.
I think Joe had ace jack red. I'm not sure
Did
which
he?
one was heart. He definitely had ace jack red. Either ace of hearts or jack of hearts, but I feel like Joe would have scooped the lot, but with 2 all-ins, ace jack. Highly likely to be dominated.
You're right. He had the jack of hearts. He had the jack of hearts, man. Would have been out the door.
Wouldn't have just been out the door. Would have been at the final tower. Would have been 2
Oh,
knockouts.
yes, it would have
final
been, yeah.
table.
Yeah, would have been 2 gone. Yeah, we didn't fancy it early, JG. Unfortunately, major problems here in Coventry. But being sorted now by the IT team. You know it's serious when it's not even PK that can fix it, and the IT team have to get involved, and Grosvenor representatives from around the country have to get involved as well. You know it's a bit serious when that happens. But all fixed, all sorted.
Queen 10 for Bryce on the button there. Could have potentially gone for open, but well timed fold. Narcissus finds Ace Jack of Hearts here in the small behind. Does decide to raise it up here to 1-2-5, and Joe covered position, 2.5 bigs, 8-5 of clubs. Definitely wants to get involved.
Ace 4-3 flop. Narcissus with the ace jack.
Yeah, kind of an interesting one because Joe's got gut shot, backdoor flush draw to go alongside. So against small, definitely going to continue. Becomes a bit awkward versus big, but we do have position. We do have our opponent covered. We'll still have some like king highs, queen highs in here. Perhaps Narcissus that could dislodge on a later street, but chooses against it. Gut shot into the muck. Small one goes to Narcissus in seat 3.
So line 25.50, welcome to the minute. This is a minute, final 11.
Yeah, I'd be taking this one as done. Looks like he's going to. Only got 4 bigs. Problem is, going to be in the big blind next. So going to be forced to put in half our stack. Good thing about jamming here, we get to win someone else's big blind, someone else's ante. Whereas if we put it in next hand, we're winning back our own big blind and our own ante. Let's see what Dan does with the Queen 7. Feel like definitely gets in. There's the jam.
Like it, he says. Bryce out of the way with the 10-4. Narcissus on the button, out of the way as well.
And Craig with actually one of the hands here. Potentially can fold. And love that as Dan. Hope for 50% stack increase. Gets it through. No cash game tonight, Evan.
Nope.
Mini final, day 3. Reckon about 11, 12.
And the cuts off in the bin.
gut shove here as Craig may not take it. Dan only working with 7 bigs, I believe. 6 big blinds, doubled up to, well, not double, just shy of double to 325. So might have just set him in as Craig here. We're going to go for complete instead. Now Dan going to get to check his option with the 8-4 off.
Ace 5-3 flop, 2 spades.
Yeah, so essential brick in the form of the ace. Start the hand, 7 bigs, 6-7 bigs effective. So all the ace X gets in pre. So never really worried about an ace here. But 5 and 3x going to be a lot of that stuff. 9-5, 9-3, 8-3. These potential hands in here. So Dan with his gut shot. If you know that Craig's never got an ace here, probably never bets the nuts, does he feel like we can just run this here, or going to wait for a better spot? The latter.
So Marius is on his way because we've just lost Michael Howard on the outer table. Just lost Michael Howard, mean there's 10 left, so 2 tables of 5. Just YouTube on tonight. That's the only channel we are streaming on for the minute at the moment till the guys get it fixed completely in the background. So if anybody asks, so if you've got mates who are texting saying, why is the live stream not on Twitch? Tell them it's on YouTube. The normal GUKPT channel's on YouTube, but it is not at the moment on all 3 channels that we're normally on. Facebook, Twitch and YouTube. Just YouTube at the moment. So if you know anybody that normally watches on Facebook and they send you a message, why is it not on? Because it is on YouTube. There's something going on the outer table because he's taking a bit of a time bank.
I wouldn't mind it as Dan if we can make that FT and
yeah.
Assuming we'll take this one. Knows Joe's always calling, but also knows Joe's going to be opening fairly wide with the chip lead. Oh, Gazzy B said 5510 live stream on his Instagram tonight in Coventry. We're not streaming it. I don't know if there's anyone else, but we are down for the mini tonight.
We are.
How are we doing, Marion?
Yeah, I think there was talk of a 5-5-10 cash game, but as always, players don't turn up, and it's just one of those tough ones. If some players don't turn up, then nobody turns up, and that's the problem with a streaming a cash game. You literally need to chain them to the table the night before. But it ain't a bad substitute having the mini final 10. He said he was just waiting, so he said I'm all in the pot from me one chip.
All in, and Joe has to call here. We're getting 3-1 pre-flop.
Yeah, no thinking about it. Like it. Probably didn't need a count either, but might have slowed it down for Dan. Get him an extra 20 seconds. Here we go, ace 4 against queen 5. Dan says, it is what it is, fingers crossed.
that is a terrible flop for Joseph. Down to just a queen now, robbed of the 5. Then picks up will draw. So only a lady. He's going to be sending Dan home.
No queen, please, dealer. Oh, next door. But Dan back up to 570 and 11. Marion Brujon says, just to let you know, I'm going to win event number 5.
Event 5 is the main event. I had to check. You could have told. Did you know that was event 5? You did know that was event 5.
But this is actually, we're just
That is the one to win. If you're going to win anything this week, make it event 5.
Make it event 5, because that's where we are right now. We are on the Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? I think it's Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday.
It is the Wednesday. We've got the mini day 3. That's going on now. Tomorrow it's all about the high roller day 2 for us, and then the cash out satellite and the UK Open day 1B, and then Friday, Saturday and Sunday for the team. It'll be all about the 1 million guaranteed main event. It's going to be busy. It really, really is. That's the final week here in Coventry, and that's what you can still get involved with. See, now we can fold. We've got 11.
Yeah, Bryce here with the Queen Jack. Starts the hand at 18. Not really going to achieve much this one, Sally. Old 2 big blind out of position. Like Narcissus do get folds from some stuff, like the 9 deuce, the 8-3, but most of Narcissus range just gets the call in position here when we make it this size. Like better to put a little bit more juice on us, Bryce, just to deter some of the range of Narcissus from continuing.
Nine, 9, 5 flop. Don't throw away no.
Yeah, just cool.
Yeah.
Why would we raise? No reason
Why
to.
would we raise? That's what I'm thinking.
Alright, Bryce is at 2 overcards, drawing 9 on dead. If he has the overpair, potentially just going to stack that anyway. Keep the bluffs in, the C bets, the ace highs, the king highs, all these hands that are drawing very thin. That is
That's it. In the hand.
a lost customer.
A lost customer with the 9 on complete everything around the hand. And to lose your customer in one fair swoop.
I think maybe a case of just seeing he's got trips, trying to get as much money in as possible, and we've got a couple of racks coming over. What's happened here?
We've got them all. We've got them all coming over. We're down to 9.
And that is because on the outer table,
Because
we lost Leo Worthington Lease, who had a few chips to start the day.
Oh, 21 bigs.
And with Craig and Bryce and Joe all being on this table, I wonder who got them tower.
Ah, the tatty.
Could have only been Phil, right? Looking at them stacks. Michael Howard's out. So there we are.
So there we go. Is there a break? 10 minutes? There is a 10-minute break. We'll get back to the chat box as soon as we come back, because we're on a 10-minute break. They'll move the chips. They'll get themselves 10 minutes. They'll come back for the picture. Look, smile, please. And then we will be on with the mini main final. We're down to 9 out of 912. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
You can just tell he understands like how the ranges change and when we get to lead, when we don't get to lead, and I've been thoroughly impressed with Jean Juan. And not only does he have that tower, he has something that not a lot of people have, and that is the capability to run it when you're playing for tens of thousands of pounds. We saw the huge check raise, 140% all in turn yesterday with 2 tables left. So he's got that move in the locker as well, so that is a dangerous opponent. Someone that has a great fundamental baseline but can really put the pressure on as well.
We're going to defend the big. Brendan has opened 10 Jack of Diamonds. Brendan has opened 3-bet to 200 with 9-4
Yeah.
against Brendan.
All aboard the exploit train, this has to be, and this has to be what we spoke about. So David's obviously picked up on what we've picked up. Feels like Brendan's not playing enough hands, he's potentially playing too tight, and he's not going to have he's not going to defend correctly. I feel like that's how David will feel in this spot. So if David feels like that, maybe he feels like he just gets the 3-bet deck. But I'm not sure about 9-4 tower. To be fair, I'd never take it myself, but it has to come from that baseline. I feel like this is where David is coming from here. He feels like Brendan's not going to be defending correctly. He's going to be overfolding. So he's just decided to roll in the old 9-4 off.
On the flop for Brendan, 8, 9, 10 flop, top pair wrapped around it. David scored a piece as well.
Yeah, I think David though, just aware now, like once Brendan does defend, going to tread carefully. Jack 10 of diamonds. Top pair up and down. David Lennon. Still going to come along with his middle. Was only south of quarter pot. Continue.
Off to the turn, which is the 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, and now it's Brendan, maybe where we do check back. Like it's horrific if we get check jammed, and we're not going to against David's particular hand, obviously, but if he ever has some hands that potentially want to go for check jam, it's a 3-bet pot, like value bet threshold. I don't think we get to go bet with a 10, so great junction to check perhaps here is the turn, but not going to get that option. We are going to go for bet instead, so finds quarter again.
150.
Now as David, no real sort of straight draw or anything to go alongside the 9. Is this where we're just going to see him get out of the way? Isn't 9-4 part of the deck? Yes, it is. That's what I'm saying. Maybe David thinks he's gonna 3-bet deck, but I personally wouldn't 3-bet deck. That's what I'm saying. Even if I think the person is
What's
playing.
David's plan on the river?
Well,
Just call with the 9. Oh, that's grim.
wow.
What a river card for David Ledden.
That is ridiculous, Tower. And to be fair, now he snags it, he might actually go for the lead because Brendan shouldn't have any 9x other than, like, no, he can't have 9x. He's called the 3-bet. So Brendan actually can't have 9x here. So therefore, like even 8-9 suited, 10-9 suited, they're not going to call at this stage. So therefore, he's probably going to check back a lot of his range on the river as Brendan. So we're going to take this away from him as David Ledden decides to donk jam the 9, just sort of realising this is a river card that's going to be checked back heavily from Brendan. So taking it away from him. And now Brendan in a real grim spot with the Jack 10. And this is really strange because where is David going to find bluffs from? What hand wants to call twice, check call, and now wants to donk shove the river? Like with no backdoor flush draw present? You're really stretching, Tower, because like if David has 3-bet something like ace 10, he never donk jams. If he's somehow got like a Jack 8 suited, sort of the pair up and down, pair gut shot, he never jams river, because we still beat some like King Jack suited, some King Queen suited, some Ace Jack suited, some viable bluffs for Brendan. So where on earth is David meant to get a bluff from? But now let's flip it the other way. Where's his value coming from, Tower? Like what 9x is going to call twice? Jack 9 suited, Queen 9 suited potentially, but you're not going to assign him 9-4 off, that's for sure.
No, not at all.
So it's really strange spot for David here, because it's you struggle to assign bluffs, but you also struggle to assign value as well. Like would David really check call and overpair and now want to donk jam river? I don't think so. Would he want to check call ace 10 donk jam river? I don't think so. So he's basically saying he's got a 9, but the 9x that get here, I guess, are the ones with the straight draws with no backdoor flush draw present. So Jack 9, Queen 9, these type of holdings, I'd never give him 9-4 off. Like, I expect the 9x with no redraw to just fold turn if I'm sat there as Brendan. So it's a really weird spot for him.
Yeah. And he's time banked himself into the break.
Queen Jack, we have a Jack. That could actually work. Queen Jack may make sense. Someone in the chat saying Queen Jack potentially. Yeah, I could see it. That actually could make a bit of sense for David. Flop the nuts, check call. Doesn't want him to check back this 9 river. But Brendan has a key blocker to that, obviously. We have a Jack in hand, removal to some Queen Jack.
Last time bank. Into the break. We are. What a last hand of the session. Brendan McManus, it's all of it to call.
I don't think he's going to call tower. I feel like.
He's made the call
He's
to see the bad news that he has just been rivered. Brendan McManus. Just finishing in 7th place for £13,840, and it's time to take breath from that hand.
You could have run through all the guesses of David's hand. It would have taken a while to get to what he actually had, Tower. The old 9-4 razzled him from the big blinds. And as we said, I think lead on the river's really good from David. I personally would have folded turn against Brendan, but once we do call turn and we ping that 9, I feel like we have to lead, whether it be all in or a different size. Yeah. It's just one of these rivers Brendan's going to check back high frequency.
We'll see you back in 13 in a little bit minutes with 6 players. Brendan just been eliminated in a bit of a whopper. See ya soon. So King 7 for John. Do we open more or less everything, or just at least see a flop?
Well, we can limp with some traps as Ravi's done here, and the trap has worked.
Wow, well done, Ravi.
Jean Zhuang just shoves the King 7 for 18 big blinds. Effective. Ravi calls with the Ace 9. He was trapping.
So Ravi with the Ace 9, perfect. Ace 7 deuce doesn't change anything. King or a 7 still needed for Jun Shan to be champ.
Still got backdoor spades working as well. But Ravi looking like a double.
Oh no! 7 on the turn!
7 on the turn!
Oi, oi, oi! Fading an ace. Oh, has he done it? He's only got to done the ace on the river. How's he managed that?
How does that even happen? How does it come a 7 on the turn and an ace on the river? What on earth was that? Ravi Chef.
Whoa.
Tao was thinking about the Super Bowl. I'm thinking about Miss Stara Brahman.
Oh my word.
And next thing you know,
the 7 on the turn.
Run like Ravi indeed. It looked over on that turn card. And the ace spikes the river. 2 outer for Ravi Chef. 95% of the time, Zhong Juan is a champion after that turn. Wow. But we continue.
Evesham. I just know that Worcestershire's down the M5.
Tom Clack with the gun open. Oh wow, Mad Turk, Ace King here in the hijack, and it's gone open from Tom Clack. Mad Turk with the Ace King here. Like, I'm probably just going to 4-bet. Don't need to go too large. And there it is from Usel. Makes it 130k. And he's not going to be folding when Adam 5-bet rips here. Not putting in this amount of our stack to let it go as Usel. So we're going to have a huge one here, Tower.
So here we go.
Has he all in? And I don't see how the Mad Turk gets away from this once he makes it 130. I'm going to use a few time banks, but we put in a decent proportion of our stack here, Tower. We're getting 207k to win 572. So we're getting like 2.7 to 1 on a call here, as you sell. So we're going to need about 28% equity. So if Adam actually showed us his hand, like we'd still have to call. It says 18%, but that is accounting for an ace in the muck. But the Mad Turk is going to save some chips and potentially save his tournament. You sell him an Oglu, getting away from the ace king.
Good fold.
Nice laydown from the Mad Turk. I thought he was done for, Tower, after he put in that proportion of his stack, but finds a way to get away. To see. Haven't seen him much today. Aces. Opens in the hijack.
The old boots.
Sam calls small blind. Andy's in on the button. Neil with 9-6 of spades. Defence.
We're back for the final 9. Here we are, the final 9. Welcome one and all. Joe Phillips going to be sat in 1. Narcis Alaru sat in seat number 2. Manius Czech in seat number 3. Your pal Sam Goodman.
Yeah, I know.
He
Sam's
kept
on a
that
bit of a
quiet.
run, yeah. Year of Sam. He's due a good year, so hopefully this will kick us off second month of the year in.
Excellent. Phil Tate.
All the
has
chips.
a lot of chips.
All the chips. Over a third of the chips in play, maintain then the first sort of 45 minutes on the outer table.
Dan Forsker, who managed to double up with, 5 bigs? Doubled up to just under 11, so well done to him. Bryce Tierney in seat number 7. In 8 will be Craig Stubbs. And in 9 will be Elliot Antonius. Looking forward to this one, the final 9 of the minute. And while they're posing for the pictures, you're gonna be all over social media. That's what we've got there. First place, 47,000. 47,000 for a £340 comp. Fantastic effort, everybody. Well, that's what we're playing for right now. We are in Coventry, indeed, Mr. Wicks. We are indeed. So there are the payouts. Estimated payout for the Open will be at least 250,000.
You'd expect, wouldn't you? The first year it was 325, dropped a bit last year.
Yeah.
But I think the way numbers have gone to start 2025 and to start this festival feel like it could be another record breaker.
Yep. Did we do anything for his birthday? Had birthday cake with the grandkids. Jumped around Wacky Warehouse for a couple of hours.
Wacky Warehouse, that's still a thing.
Did me back in.
I used to go there when I was a kid, Wacky Warehouse.
Did me back in. Couldn't walk out of the building. But yeah, all good. And Frankie Thomas says, I tell you, what did you do for your birthday? I had a full packet of wagon wheels and ate the lot. Now, you know how to treat yourself. You know how to treat yourself. So we're now back, and anybody watching, anybody that does normally watch a live stream, we're only on YouTube today because Coventry itself has had major issues regarding the back end of the internet that we can't fix. They're going to be on it overnight. So, but we are on YouTube, thankfully. Anybody says, oh, I watch your live stream, but I can't get on it, tell them it's YouTube. And we'll get the word out as well that we're only on YouTube today rather than Twitch and Facebook. So just YouTube tonight. But let's do it. Final table of the mini. Who's going to be taking over home the Wonga? Leo busting out in 10th and Michael Howard in 11th.
Yeah, a few unnotables for me. A couple of faces I recognise. Obviously Phil, Sam, Elliot we saw come second in this exact event in Manchester. Marius with the Goliath chop a few years ago. Looks like he's about to step up to the hockey and check out a 170 tower.
He does, like
love the shirt. We'll see how this plays out. Phil with all the chips, is he going to put them to work? Feel like going to be a great watch.
Phil Tate, 6.6 million chips.
I don't think he's moved. Has he done anything on the hour? I'm pretty sure he bagged up 6.6 yesterday.
Unbelievable.
Starts us off with an open into Elliot's big blind. Going to be a raise and take right off the bat. Not one we're going to be wanting to defend at final tables for Elliot. I think it's always nice as well when you go in with the chip lead and you win that first hand, whether it be raise and take, whether it be raise, c-bet and take, wherever it be, but just winning that first pot sort of already, whether it be consciously or subconsciously in the table's heads, that the man with all the chips could potentially be putting us in some spots over the next few hours, especially if you're sat there comfortably at the moment between like 30 and 60 in the middle of the pack. You've got Dan, who's going to need a double, Elliot sub 20, Mario short as well. Right on cue, as one of the short stacks. This is a big old jam tower, 16 bigs from +1, full ring. Interesting to know what this could be. I feel like it is a stack depth that just plays open or fold rather than all in. 16 from +1. Maybe Marius with a hand doesn't really want to see flops in his head. Maybe something like 7s, 8s, 9s, maybe an ace, queen, ace, jack that doesn't want to go post with. But at this stage of the tournament, 16 BBs to open rip is a hefty amount. Whatever it was, it gets through.
So 47,000 and change for a £300 comp. Unbelievable. With the Vegas numbers. Vegas numbers.
Speaking of which, schedule out now.
It is.
I haven't really looked at it yet. I know it's out. I haven't had a chance to sit down and see what's occurring.
I've got one for you. I just don't have a camera. I had a little bit of cough then. Unfortunately, I'm in Edinburgh.
Yes, yeah.
and I can't play it. But there's a brand new comp in Vegas that I think we need to bring it over here.
Is it half and half? Craps and Hold'em.
Oh, now you're talking. Day 1A,
Yeah.
over 50s. Day 1B, under 50s. Day 2, everybody out the top 15%.
Okay.
I love it.
That's quite a good idea, the old mix and match.
New concept, they made it $1,000, which is the cheapest buying for a bracelet.
Yeah.
Over 50s, day 1A. Day 1B, under 50s, and all come together, top 15%.
Let me guess as well. Day 1A start time 9 a.m. Day
It is
1
10.
Day 1B start time 2 p.m. I bet that's how it works as well. But
It is actually 10 a.m.
there you go. Marius again with a huge old
What a good
jam.
idea. What a cracking idea. Over 50s, under 50s.
So as we said last time, thought it could be 7s, 8s, 9s. This time a few more bigs into the middle. 19 open rips from Gunn. A hell of a lot. It does get it through.
So I found, just having a quick chat, obviously we were on
Yep.
that break this morning because of the IT. Finds out that this game's on. Johnny Texas comes over. He says, Tom, I've got this great game for you in Vegas. He says, well, have a great game. We'll play this.
Is it a bracelet event, yeah?
It's a wrestling event. It's event number whatever it is on the 22nd of June. Over 50s day 1A.
Yep.
Under 50s day 1B. Day 2, both all together. Dave Doherty suddenly, instantly pipes up. What happens if you play day 1A and you're 49 and day 2, day 1B, you're 50? Then what?
I don't know.
Imagine that.
Well, surely it'd have to be the other way around, right? If day 1A is your seniors' day,
Yeah.
then if you're 49 years
You can't
on that
play.
day, you can't play. You just can't play the tournament. That would be.
yeah, that's what that works. That's right.
that would
Then
be
it's the right way around,
You just
isn't it?
can't play the tournament.
That's just the right way around. Then.
49 years, 365 days. So I can't play it today, and when I turn 50, I can't play it tomorrow either. That is quite funny. Trust Dave to figure that out.
So yeah, that's a new concept, and that's in Vegas this year. Whatever event it is, all I know.
I'll tell you
is
what.
that it's on the.
I'll play it for you. I'll play the day 1B.
You're gonna play the unders?
I'll play
go
the
on
unders.
then, yeah.
I'll play it for you.
You go on the unders. Oh, that'll be good. I might even have to take 10% of that. But that's a new one.
Sounds good.
Yeah. But yeah, as you said, the schedule's just been released. So people who are working out what they can and what they can't play and making a schedule themselves. You had a cracking schedule yourself last year.
Yeah, this is a strange one from Joe. Once again, FTs, ICM, 9 left. It's there. Like, when it goes open, chip leader, flat second in chips, like, we've got 40 BBs. We don't really need to get involved on the button with Queen Jack off. I know against Phil and Craig's actual hands, like, it looks okay. We've got 2 live cards, we've got position, but when both these stacks cover us and ranges that can dominate are holding, we just, like, don't want it to come Queen high, Jack high, and be up against a stronger top pair or an over pair and potentially get stacked, and we're sitting comfortably 3rd or 4th in chips. And now we get here, we do flop best. Going to be a small continue here from Phil. And Craig, pretty easy fold. With the A6 suited. I'm saying, wow, this is spicy. This whole hand, the call pre-flop with the Queen Jack, and even Craig's call with the A6 suited facing chip lead, and now going to float with a player behind, 3-way. And now Joe can't be loving it, but got to overcall with a top pair in position.
5 of spades is the turn as it goes 3-way.
And surely this is shut down for Phil, called in 2 spots. Definitely some Queen X out there. I'm not sure what Craig was up to on the flop, but now we get a hit. He's going to wave the white flag too, and as Joe probably feels comfortable now, we probably expect Phil to just expect a better Queen, and then when Phil checks, Craig is probably going to start betting his better Queen X himself, so likely Queen Jack is best. So I feel like once we get here, there's a nice opportunity to bet. Small seems nice, goes for 40%, and we'll be working. But because of like Phil's chip lead at this final table tower, it's like really important. Like for Craig and Joe to just recognise if we just sit there for a couple of hours, we probably make 10 grand just on like the bust outs that are going to occur, the collision effect. Whereas like if we call these dubious hold-ins and we get called, like reverse implied odds there, and suddenly we're out in ninth, it's just a disaster. And it's very important to recognise that when you go into final tables, 4th, 3rd, 2nd in chips, and the chip leader has a significant chip lead, ginormous on this occasion.
Well, you nailed the start times for the Vegas one,
Yeah.
but it's on the same day.
Oh.
So it's literally a 2-day event.
Okay.
So day 1A starts at 10 a.m. for the over 50s, and day 1B starts at 4 o'clock
Exactly.
for the unders.
Exactly. This is it, isn't it?
You nailed it. And then day 2 is on the day after. Cheers, Keith. I'll be bringing the clubs up soon, Keith. You know when it warms up and it stops raining. Keith was the one that said, I've got a complimentary round of golf tower, do we fancy it? He says, yeah, no worries. He says, it's just a bit north for Edinburgh. I'm like, okay, let's go. So how far is it? It went 4 hours, 20 minutes.
You could drive to Devon from there for me. That's a long old. I wouldn't be doing
Just
that.
north of
Not
Edinburgh.
Not for
What we're doing, walking.
There'd have to be some course.
But Sticks will be coming up north
Yeah, wouldn't
for
be.
sure this year.
It'd have to be a course, but you know, like in bowling, you can have the sides up.
Yeah.
They like a golf course. Imagine where you can have sides up, so it hit the side and just come back
Yeah.
into play. I'd love to play in Scotland at some point. It's just hard to get the old clubs up there, especially if you're flying up. Yeah, see, this from Joe here now is much better hand to get involved with. You're probably like, what are you on about? He's just had A6 suited, he's now got Queen 3 suited. But the important fact that Phil has folded and Craig has folded, the two players that cover us. So now we do get the green light to open looser when folded to, and suited Queen from cut off into Narcissus and Sam, who both under a lot of pressure with their stack depth, seems perfectly fine. Small C bet, perhaps on the 10-9-7. Don't know what Sam's working with. Small C bet does the trick. I watched that thing on telly the other day when it was all the golf pros, but they were hitting into a simulator and like putting on in front of a crowd in a stadium.
Like in the championships,
Yes, I know,
didn't
that
it?
was something new.
It was actually live on TV as well. But the chipping and the putting's real, isn't it?
Yeah. But it's just the drive that's the simulator,
Yeah.
isn't it?
The drive and the shot onto the green is a simulator. Good idea, like it. Evening, Annette, just missed your message. Lovely to see you Friday night, Howard. How are we doing, Annette? Lovely to see you too. Going back to Coventry with Simon on Sunday for the seniors. You can't play it this year, but next year you'll be able to play. Like it. Afternoon, Pesky. Hope things are well. Yeah, just praying for a better summer this year with the old Sticks.
Yeah, it wasn't the best last year, was it?
It was terrible.
Horrible.
Really wet, windy, bad.
Yeah, I like that from Joe. Now raising into Phil's big blind, just going to let the ace deuce off go. If it was cut off like last time, would have opened. Just little things that are going to change, dependent who's in the big blind, dependent who's behind us. So much to take into account. MTT final tables going to be a walk for Phil Tate with the Jack Deuce.
Final table of the minute. £260,000 in the prize pool. Phenomenal effort by everybody concerned. 912 runners. Final 9. And tomorrow we concentrate on the high. The high roller got some numbers today.
It's absolutely huge. I think that could be the biggest we've seen at the UK Open.
83.
Yep, and like we're not even halfway through today.
Yeah.
We've still got another 5.5 hours of buy-ins today, and then buy-ins tomorrow up until we start the day. I am probably going to say, Tower, I know the one at the Goliath last year was huge, but I feel like this one could potentially beat it. Some field as well, just a little quick rundown. Some of the names that are playing the high roller today: John Annally, Kev Allen, Steve Barnes, Chris Brammer, Robbie Ball, Tom Clack, Dave Doherty, Mark Dyson, Mark Foggin, Endrick Getchy, Arian Kashani, Andy Headley's here.
He is, spoke to him.
Stato, Dean Hutchinson, Mitch Johnson, Sachin Joshi, Keith Littlewood, Dean Lyell, Nick Marchington, Tom Middleton, Jamie O'Connor, Connor O'Driscoll, Andre Olympius, Ravi Chef, Brandon Shields, Cully Sadhu, Phil Suki, Virgil Tucci, Leo Worthington Lease has jumped in. It is absolutely stacked in the old high roller.
Wow.
So spot here for Elliot. Opens from +2 here, just off a sub 15. Like it a lot. Get some value from big blind defend range still. Nice one to just try and get through. We've got Narcissus here with the pocket 8s, flats in position. I think it's one that probably theoretically is meant to fold. I know it seems pretty crazy just mucking 8s to an open, but once again, going back to what we mentioned at the start of the final table, the ICM is there. Like, we need to be very selective with the hands we want to continue as Narcissus, and sitting fourth in chips, not really wanting to lose a big pot to Elliot, become the short stack, and then probability wise potentially be favourite to be next out.
Not on that flop. King 10. King. Elliot. Can we find a check? Yes, we do. Narcissus with the pocket 8s. Snap check behind. 6 on the turn.
It's Elliot playing a lot of checks out of position. 6 of clubs turn. Feel like we do want to start betting now though. Still some stuff to get called by. Maybe some ace 10, queen 10, jack 10 suited that could check back flop. Like, and to be fair, like Narcissus could still have some strong hands. Didn't elect a free bet. Elliot should have a fairly strong opening range from EP to 140 into 390. Gonna get it done. How you doing, Steph? Well done last night, mate. Winning the PLO.
Very nice.
Oh, do you know what? Time to tell a story.
Steph doing
Time to tell a story.
Card?
So we finished early yesterday.
Yeah.
I had Max Lakeridge the PLO.
Oh yes, you did. How did you do?
I did not win a hand, and then I got it in. Well, effectively got it in. I left myself 3 chips back because it wasn't a pot. I had 300 left. I've got King, Queen, Jack 10, diddly, double suited. Steph's got Ace 6 6 7 3. Just an ace flop. He just flops me dead, no good. But that's not the story I wanted to tell. Forget that story. That's a boring story. So yesterday, just sit down in the PLO. Steph's got mountains. Old guy in seat 1's got mountains. Flop comes King 10 9 rainbow. Pot. They get it in.
Jack Queen.
Matey stands up. He goes, I got Queen Jack, and he looks at Steph's hand. And he goes, oh, and I got the 2-pair free roll like that. Steph's not got any. No 2-pair, no free roll, nothing like that. He has got backdoor heart, so it comes heart on the turn, heart on the river, and I'm not joking. Steph has ruined this bloke's year. He stood up. He's going, I was free rolling. And he's got his hands on his head. He's looking at the board. He's like, I was free rolling. And I'm out. He couldn't believe it. Steph has ruined this bloke's year. He was distraught. He thought he was free rolling because he had King 9 with his Queen Jack. Steph had Queen Jack 5 6. He goes, I'm free rolling, I've got 2 pair. Next minute, he's out the door for all the chips. That
Oh dear.
it's not over till it's over.
Oh dear.
But congratulations, mate. That actually made me giggle, the old man. He couldn't believe it. He could not believe what had just happened to him. Back to this action. What about that for a jam from Mr. Tate on the button? The old 5-6 off into the middle. 2 shorties behind. Maximum pressure.
Bill says, Jay, he says, King and Rock Golf Club provide clubs, but they're Hickory. No way do they provide Hickory golf clubs, do they? Wow. Played at North Berwick with Tom Gill and Jambo and a few others as well. And we played one round about 8 in the morning, and we followed 2 players out. And it was an old man, Arthur, who was about 80 years old, and his son. And they both got the +4s on and the Hickory clubs. It was a sight to see, let me tell you. And they couldn't half whack the balls with the Hickories.
Ace Queen for Elliot. 19 bigs. Does open. Just the 2 big blinds to 120. Can I ask you a question, guys? Says Sean.
All right. You can ask any question you want to.
Yeah, it just depends whether you get an answer.
Whether we answer it or not is another question.
Yeah, so Craig here, Queen 6 off. We do cover, but against this gun opening range, he is going to get involved. I do get to defend wider when we cover. The only thing, prefer defending something like 6-7 off here. Just because can be dominated versus Elliot's fairly strong gun opening range off of 20. We do flop best on 7-6-3. And once we get here, really don't mind this at all, Tao, because Elliot here shouldn't open 3s, he shouldn't open 6s. 7s are probably even supposed to fold. So he just gets stripped of any straight, any set, any 2 pair. We get to defend 4-5, we get to defend 3-6, suited 6-7. So he's just handcuffed already, even with aces, kings, queens, jacks, all this stuff. But all his ace highs, king highs, just going to have to go into the mark, unless he's opened something like ace-8 suited with the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. But not sure about defend from Craig, but once we get to this board, I think it's a very tidy lead. Just think about Elliot's range, opening gun off a 20 with the stacks situated how they are. Probably doesn't open 7s, definitely doesn't open 3s. 4-5 obviously not there, so he's just handcuffed right off the bat, facing the lead from the big blind. Can get behind it from Craig.
So, Pesky's question. I played the bounty on Saturday, £440 buy-in and only a 30-minute clock. Played the mini-main in January, £220 buy-in. 220? 220?
250, 220 plus 30.
250, 220 buy-in. Yeah. On a 40-minute clock, why is the clock lower for the bigger buy-in? I'm guessing because the bounty money is split in half, so there's only £200 in the prize pool. That's the only thing I can think of. I don't actually know.
I think as well, this is going to be my guess, Sean, just with a bounty tournament, bounties come into play day 2, so I think having a reduced clock, making it less people through to day 2, therefore the average bounty being higher, could be something to take into account. Because if you think about it, if, say, for example, we're on a 40-minute clock and 30% went through, more people went through.
Yeah.
We play the same amount of time on the day, more people went through, then the average bounty is going to be less. So maybe in a mystery bounty, when bounties are coming into play day 2, they are just trying to thin the field out as much as possible, and then each bounty going to be worth more.
Like it. Your live schedule out back end of this leg or the next leg or whenever. It is going to be Friday. That's what I've been told. I'm being told the Goliath schedule will be released to the team.
That is
on
early.
Friday.
That is really early. Jim been working over Christmas.
Must have been. Must have not had any time off.
Yeah, and Dan, what a spot from him. Potentially could have gone Craig Fold, Elliot Cole, and now Dan. Has Craig dominated here? And Craig with a hand that probably should have folded, and then Elliot would have got to call the ace-9 and Dan would have been at risk. But now he's big favourite to double. Fading queens and nines.
Can he do it?
Now
aces and nines.
up and down.
Needs to fade an ace. Needs to fade a 9. Yes. Full double for Dan again. Up to $1 million. Well played, sir. How did Tottingham Hotspur get on tonight?
Who's asked me that? Richie Burner. Score prediction for tonight. I think we're going to win. I actually think we're going to win. We're at home. We're off the back of 3 Premier League wins in a row.
What?
We won our last 3 Premier League games in a row.
Get out,
Yes,
Nick.
we have. We have.
Where have I been?
I don't know. Obviously not here. We haven't been here. That's why. I feel like we're going to win tonight.
Tottenham Hotspur. Who are you playing, madam?
City.
Leicester.
No, Man City.
Oh.
We're their bogey team. I reckon it's going to be 3-2 to Spurs. I reckon there'll be goals tonight.
There. Get you. Here's Jack for Narcissus.
Yeah, and this is a ridiculous spot for Phil because he's supposed to be aggressive. He's supposed to 3-bet these stack sizes light, but he's actually working with the goods here. And like as Narcissus here, with the open gun, Phil's 3-bet should be folding. Always say that sort of general rule of thumb. If we open under the gun and we have the offsuit broadways, ace jack off sort of where we start folding, perhaps continue the ace queen, but ace jack off once our under the gun open gets 3-bet. It's one that probably just wants to go into the muck, especially versus the man that covers us. Narcissus going to take this option. He goes for call out of position. And off to the streets. Won't want to be seeing a jack-eye board.
It's not. It's 10, 10, 6, 5, 2 hearts.
Yeah, really nice board here for Phil. Like, Narcissus should never have 5s or 6s. Pocket 10s is the worry, but that may 4-bet rip pre. But in general here, we don't expect to see too many calls out of position tower. We just expect to see 4-bet or fold. So it's kind of interesting where Phil's going to be thinking Narcissus lies in his range here. Just c-bet with the overpair. Quick fold from the ace-jack.
Line 60,000. 9 players left for the final table.
Richie Bernard reckons 3-0 Spurs tonight. And Don Mahoney goes, have you not seen the team, Jay? I haven't. Who we got playing? Paul Robinson in goal.
Paul Robinson, he was good.
He was good, yeah.
He was a good keeper.
He was the record holder for most assists in the Premier League till a couple of weeks ago.
Really?
For a goalkeeper, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, and then Edison overtook him, yeah.
Wow. What, a boot out and then somebody gets it and just whacks it in?
Edison's now, I think he's had 7 assists in the Premier League now, Edison, as a goalkeeper.
I thought that'd be something like Schmeichel. He had the longest throw in the world, Schmeichel.
No, Gomez had the longest throw. Aurelio Gomez could throw the ball from one box to the other.
Who?
Aurelio Gomez could throw the ball from one box to the other.
Wow.
Any Spurs fan will remember the Gomez catapult. So Elliot here with Jack 8. Opens on the button. Maybe feels like Blind's not going to be playing correctly. If he feels like Joe here can potentially just send a lot of hands in the small blind, some suited ace-x and Broadway, some pairs with Narcissus stack 2. If he feels like Joe's not going to take many spots and Narcissus not going to reshove light, just trying to steal those chips and it works out.
Nine players in the minute. Phil Tate, chip leader, sign seat 5.
Paul Tate says Paul Robinson could do a job in the Man U front three at the moment. They are pretty terrible. And one thing it shows now, surely they're not going to go, oh, we need another manager. Are they going to realise that maybe it's not the manager?
It's all the players.
Yeah, this is a little bit wild from Mr. Tate. We get to open wide for sure, but the 7-4 off treating himself. And now Elliot ace 10 of spades here. 17 BBs in the cut-off. Knows that Phil does get to open fairly wide. Lets it go. However, Narcissus with ace-jack here in the small blind and 14 bigs. Does he feel like his time has come?
Hello.
It's cagey for these lot because Marius, Narcissus, Elliot. I think there's one more as well. Dan, he has just doubled, but still with sub 20. Like they're all in a ridiculous spot. Like stacks are going to come up now. This raise and take working for Phil with a 7-4 off, but when these stacks appear in front of us, you just see now from Sam to Marius, Sam to Bryce even, like separated by 12 big blinds. It's like, as Elliot there with the ace 10 of spades, he's sitting in 5th, but if we can outlast 4 more players, He makes a decent bit of Wonga. It's one of these, like, do we reshove the ace-10 suited, try and make small chips, a small game for a big risk? We know Phil's opening light, but the time that he wakes up with it, it's just a disaster.
Mr. Tatey.
And like next level tower, probably the point that even at like 30, what's Craig got? He's got about just under 3, right? So it's going to be like 35 effective. It's going to be the effective stack in 15 minutes time. Like Phil can then potentially just say the words, I'm all in. He can just start playing some open rips because like the 35 and 30 big blind stack there, they're literally just calling top 5%. And then the rest of the players aren't going to be willing to put the chips in because they want someone else to potentially ladder. It's not too often you see a chip lead of this magnitude that Phil has. But when the blinds go up in 15 minutes time, like effective stack at the table, if stacks say how they are going to be about 35 bigs. Oh, and Sam here, ace-8 off. Narcissus shoving button here for 13 big blinds. Like you expect him to shove some worse ace-X tower, some e7, some suited ace-5, this type of stuff. So I feel like here this is player dependent for Sam. Does just go with the fold, lets it go. Doesn't want to double the man up.
Yeah, I thought it was just a touch too big.
The thing is, it's a button shove tower. It's a button shove for 13 big blinds. Like you think of a button shove range for 13 bigs. Like there's a lot of hands in there that we dominate with ace-8. Some suited ace-X lower than ours. Ahead of some king-queen, king-jack suited type stuff. But once again, the problem for Sam, he sat 5th in chips. But one double up there, he suddenly becomes the short stack. And even if he has the best hand with ace-8, does he really want to run it versus a queen-jack suited versus a pocket sixes? Lose that flip and suddenly favourite to bust next. It's a real cagey affair out there.
We are still on the final 9.
Cheers, Tim Buckley. He says Robinson's not playing for Spurs, Jay.
No, you dropped him.
Did you know Paul Robinson today?
Wow.
How you doing, Kev? Evening, mate. And Mr. Qualm Dog, where is this, please? We are in Coventry, CBS Arena, Grosvenor Casino. We are here for the UK Open. This is the mini-main final table, playing for just shy of £50,000. But if you fancy joining us later in the week, we have our £1 million guaranteed main event. That started today, day 1A. Flight is going as we speak. But you still have Thursday, Friday, and even a 10 a.m. turbo on Saturday with a chance to bag up chips for the main event. £1 million guarantee here in Coventry. Get yourself up, down, wherever you may be,
Indeed.
to come and play.
And they've started coming through the doors already for the main event that started today, day 1A of the main event. How many's playing the main event? £1 million guarantee. Already we have got 86 in for day 1A, and that's a Wednesday. Day 1A is don't only start till Thursday. So 86 in already.
So Bryce just getting the jam through with 7s. Always nice to just pick those up. Gives yourself essentially another orbit. And Craig with the A7. Letting it go. But if we are ever going to open a bit wider, like the time maybe is when Phil is in the small blind as the chip lead up. The position he's maybe less inclined to attack from. understand tight is right. Sat third in chips. Sometimes you just got to hand the show over to someone else and see if Phil can take a few players out for you, make a few £1,000 in terms of ladders. So going to be fold Sam here and jam any two, I think, for Phil. We will see. Maybe not any two. Sevens may be too good to be jamming here. We'll see what he does, but I feel like this is going to be a ridiculous amount of hands that want to jam here. Dan sat with his stack under significant pressure. So Phil just gets to absolutely pound on him. Maybe shoving deck is overdoing it, but when it's so collated in the middle, all these stacks, 18 to 12 big blinds, 4th to 9th separated by 6 BBs. We just get to apply maximum as Phil. Queen Jack suited for Joe, one that we can definitely open. Not really loving getting jammed on. Obviously, reshove stacks galore behind. Just too good a prospect not to make it too bigs. And suited wheelays here for Marius. Siding against. Sam will do the same. 10-7 suited into the muck. Pretty clear fold for Dan. Oh, I don't think Dan's recognised there's been an open here. He thinks he's completing, and that means that 30k is going to have to stay in the pot there. And I'd still personally let it go, even with an extra 30k invested here as Dan. Kind of awkward now. Makes sense, like 10-6 off, going to complete, potentially blind on blind, facing the stack that we cover. Now we've got the extra 30k invested. I still would be letting this go as Dan, just sort of take the small blind on the chin and say, okay, we made a mistake, we should have been paying attention. We'll take the 30k hit, we'll get on with it. Yeah, what you don't want to do now is think, hold on a minute, now I've got 60k in there, I'm getting a price to call with 10-6 off and potentially create a bigger disaster down the line. And it should be raise and take for Joe. Bryce can't do anything with the 7-4. Not the time you want to be looking at napkins. But the thing is, like, as Phil now, like, if Joe or Craig open, I think I'd free bet any ace. Like, forget frequency, forget rolling. I feel like if Joe and Craig are aware of the situation, I'd probably just take any sort of ace-x as Phil. Especially like the offsuit. Maybe some suited, the ones with more playability. Gonna play some calls with, but gonna be relentlessly free betting the opens of second and third in chips the way the stacks are situated. Mix in some suited kings, some suited queens, have a little bit of removal in there. But we've seen that he's willing to get after it. A couple of really loose opens. We saw 7-4 off about 20 minutes ago. But I think the real question I want to get answered is when there's like an open from Joe or Craig and feels like dealt an ace-3 off, a king-6 suited, and see how he approaches that spot. Sort of haven't had the answer to that question yet as this final table's playing out. Narcissus 10-9 suited. Beautiful looking hand. Unfortunately, in this given scenario, has to go into the muck. Not much going on for the Goodman. Not getting many hands. 9-5 off for Phil here. How far does he want to take this? His sides against the 9-5. Done with the king-3. I'd probably be mucking this one. And Bryce got to be careful, because we'll know that Craig is going to play a hell of a lot of jams facing our complete when we only have 9 bigs. But we are going to say to ourselves, you know what, I'm going to take that opportunity away from Craig and I'm going to jam myself for just sub 10 BBs. And it's King 8 suited for Craig here. I feel like when we cover this significantly, probably calls. Like definitely calls in terms of chips. Depends what he thinks of Bryce as well. Like if we're aware Bryce is shoving this wide, like a queen 6 off, then obviously yeah, we're fist pump calling. But sometimes you feel players going to shove a lot tighter at final tables when you're playing for significant money. Maybe some player dependency coming into account, and if we don't think he's going to shove some dominated King X, some 8-9 suited perhaps, and hands that we dominate, then not wanting to double him up. Let's it go. Under the gun open from Joe here, making it 120. Nine 4 off. Just going to have to fold. There's Phil. However, Elliot, queen 10 off in the big blind. Even facing gun here. I feel like still too good not to get involved. Probably start folding at like queen 8 off. It knows it's a cagey affair. Knows there's 5 stacks all situated between 12 and 20 bigs. That queen 10 off does just seem slightly too good to be folding from the big blind, but not the flop we want to see. A6-6, 2 diamonds, and a lot of 1 big blind bets on this board for Joe. Fairly small. I'm going to go for a little check back. That's kind of interesting. Like, let's say Joe opened something like Jack 10 suited here. He opened a Queen 10 suited. Like, these hands, we expect to just c-bet this ace-high board. So once he checks back, I feel like he's going to have a lot of, like, pocket pairs, suited ace-x, like some middle into low-down ace-x kickers, some 7s through kings. So, like, as Elliot, if you're sat there, you're just like, okay, we're done with this hand. even if it comes to 10, we're going to have to proceed with caution because he's gone for the check back on a board that we expect him to heavily c-bet. So 8 of diamonds river. And still, same scenario for Elliot. I definitely wouldn't be bluffing here. Feel like we're not folding out stuff like 9 through kings. That's sort of the question we got to ask ourselves. It looks like Joe has something like pocket 9s, pocket 10s, pocket jacks here. And once it goes check, 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 we're just not going to be able to fold out this hand with a bet. Unless we put an incredible bit of meat on it as Elliot as some sort of exploit. But goes for a tiny sizing from the looks of things. Goes for 115. So just north of third pot. And I do just expect this to get... I feel like Joe's just got a lot of 9s, kings here. I feel like we hear about sort of the queen jack, the king 10, the king queen, all these type of hands before. Well, maybe he's just got trapped aces, and Elliot raised on the river there. I'm not too sure about the river lead there, guys. It's kind of interesting. Yes, you talk about combos. Yes, we got a diamond in our hand. Unlikely our opponent has a flush, but when you think about the range of our opponent once they check back flop and then they check back turn, like it just seems like they've never got the hands we're targeting. King, queen, queen, jack, king, 10. I just don't think I'm going to assign these combos, because I expect these combos, if they don't c-bet flop, then to definitely delay turn, which I think is kind of an important aspect in the spot there for Elliot, whether to bluff river or not. Just thinking about the check back range, and does look a lot more showdown heavy. I'm guessing Joe just had aces there. So Marius just shoving. Seen this 3 times now from him, going for the open shove rather than the open. Just north of 13 bigs. Decision for Dan. Into the mark. Bryce will do the same. That is what we are playing for, guys. Huge sum of money for a £300 poker tournament. Over 900 entries for the mini at the UK Open. High roller. I feel like it's going to be a record breaker. Just looking at the numbers that are in already. Not even halfway through day 1, and then we still have the buy-in period before day 2 starts tomorrow, and that's got nearly 100 in now, the high roller. We're at 96, so I really feel like that's going to be a record setter. And even if you maybe look and you see the main event, you see the high roller, £1,500, 2k, you think it's a bit out of mid-price range, come down. There's satellites Thursday. Satellites. Get yourself into the main for free. We've got cash out satellites. If maybe you don't fancy the main, you can only play over the weekend. Don't forget we got the Cup and Saturday, which is going to be an incredible turnout too. Just because you're sat there watching and you feel like 1,500, 2k, bit out of the price point. Still other ways to get in. Still other events to play.
Ellie Bobs with a 9-4.
Yeah, just a jam for Joe. Ace deuce off here, cover significantly. This man under a lot of pressure. He's surprised if we saw anything else other than jam. There is the jam. So Narcissus just north of 10. Anything to work with in the big blind. Not on this occasion.
Phil Tate still huge chip leader.
Look at this, from Sam to Bryce, it's incredible. 4th to 9th, separated by 5 BBs, 14 to 9.
That's why nobody wants out. All about the money.
Gonna not treat himself to the 7-4 off this time from +1 as Phil Tate. Besides, he's had one 7-4 off too many for the day. And over to Dan, first in. Looks like a man who is going to be V-pipping. Not on this occasion. Folds around to Craig, Queen 10 of Hearts, definite open.
Here comes Craig. What's it look down and make it? 235 or 160. Oh, black.
What a spot for Elliot. The boots and 9 big blinds and an open in front of us. So we're not got a flat range here, so only option is to jam, unless he wants to get really creative and maybe make this 240, because maybe if we are ever going to say we 3-bet bluff as a click, we need to balance out the aces, but it's just going to go for the first approach that we expect. I'm not really going to have a flat range off 9 big, so just have to send it into the middle. Maybe there is some spiciness of making it 3 bigs. If we're ever going to have bluffs off that stack depth, though, I doubt it. Kind of just get yourself into a rabbit hole. Now back to Craig and have to fold. Yes, we have Queen 10 suited. Yes, we're getting nearly 2-1 on a call, but a very key element here, guys. We call and we lose here. We got 20 bigs. We go into that pack, not right into it, but only like 4 bigs behind it. We win. We're up to 3 million. Doesn't really change anything. Having 2.3 and having 3, with how the stacks are, it's not really going to change too much. However we call there, suddenly get pulled into like the 1.6 million realm. We're just behind Sam then, so important to think of that as well when playing FT's future game.
Weird spot that, because if you lose a hand, you're still in 3rd place in stacks, and if you win the hand, you're still in 3rd place in stacks.
Yeah, but
weird spot.
The sort of the downside is much bigger than the upside, Tower. Like the losing that pot and pulling yourself into that pack that are all at the bottom. And then winning the hand, what do you do? You got 3 million. You're basically playing the same strat you were just playing before. So it's important to just take these little things into account. A lot of stuff that you need to note when playing finals, how the strategies change, how the ranges change. And suddenly, aces are just out in force.
Phil raising to 160. And we're losing some this time. Bryce with a 9. And should say the same words.
Yeah, it won't be getting called though. A7 off for Phil when he opens gun and +2 shoves, like really strong range here still for Bryce. Yes, it's 9 bigs, but like he's not gonna take something like ace-10 off, I don't think, here once chip leader opens gun. Stacks situated how they are, so I think Phil will just be aware this is going to be top end. And as well as that, as Phil, it's good to keep Bryce short. I don't really want to let people start getting north of the 20 BB mark and give them a few more chips to play with. Keep them all short. Keep them all in the cage. So after the 2 time banks, the aces eventually find their way into the middle. What I hope I don't see from Phil here, Tower, is I've got all the chips. I can afford to call this all in. I think that's something. Like sometimes when you're sat there and you've got mountains upon mountains and you can afford to double a few people up, but at an FT here, like we're happy keeping Bryce short, happy having 5 short stacks around the table.
Oh, he's made it.
But as I say, this is obviously what's happened. Phil just feels like I've got the chips. If he've doubled him up, it don't really matter. I've still got over 6 million. We get on with the next hand, but I feel like a little
Bit of a wide one.
little gift here for Bryce. Like let's say like Phil opened at A7 suited from gun here, and Bryce shoved and he had 20 bigs. He's never calling, is he? Never
No.
calling in a million years. But
That's true.
it just has to be down to Phil's stack depth here. Hold on a minute. Imagine a 7 here.
Oh dear.
Didn't even think we need to say much about this one, because when you got that slim equity pre, imagine the 8 as well for chops.
Never easy.
7 or an 8. And it's next door. 3 across diamond may have been a little adrenaline rush there for Bryce on that river card for about a quarter of a second, but it's home and hose up to 20. Only a small chink for Phil, but I really feel like that is just the case, Tower, of I've got the chips. It don't really matter if I double him up. I could knock him out. I feel like that's all that could be there from Mr. Tate.
Bit wide, Mr. Tate, from my perspective.
It's just got the chips, Tower. As I say,
Yes,
that's
yeah,
what.
that's exactly what you said. You got the chips, but I was thinking a little wide there.
See the background there, off to there next month, Glasgow.
We are.
Looking forward to that.
Have you thought of anything Scottish to do yet?
I haven't.
Okay.
I was looking at trains the other day though.
Trains?
Trains.
Well, they're not Scottish.
Well, trains to Glasgow.
Oh, right, okay.
And it's like 5.5 hours for me.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a long old way.
You're not direct.
I don't think
Birmingham
so.
straight up.
I can tell you because
Yeah.
I booked the tickets.
5.5 hours.
Something like that.
Wow. You sure?
I'm sure.
Is that not walking? Oh yeah. Yeah, I suppose it is because we have to go to Blackpool down to Preston and then Preston up to Glasgow. So it's 3 hours for us. So you're right. You will be. Yeah. Well,
I'll have to download a box set, get some tips from the chat or something.
slow horses.
Slow horses.
Still game if you go to Glasgow.
Oh yes. Oh, still game. Yeah. Just download it.
Okay.
I'll get PK to download you some.
What is it on Netflix?
I don't know what it's on.
Still game.
Still game.
Netflix, okay. A 953. Is it Scottish by any chance?
Is it Scottish?
PK just said I'll need subtitles.
Full on.
Oh no. Rind and rind.
It is proper full on, yes.
Yeah, so just a turn that Phil's going to get to probe. Once flop goes check, check, a lot of ace high, king high in Bryce's range. And one of the good things here, I feel like small's kind of nice because we get calls from the wheel draw with the 2 overcards, stuff like ace 10 through ace king. I feel like small, very nice on the turn. Bryce going to have a lot of ace highs in range. They're going to have to call this size. But the king queen just out. Mr. Mercedes on Prime, says the Devil Prawn.
Yeah, that's good. First episodes is it's absolutely brilliant.
King Jack for Joe. Would like to see an open. Phil shouldn't really tangle with us dishonestly from the small. Just get to raise up ourselves. Marius, been patient, finds the big slick. All in for just north of 9. And that should be that. I doubt Joe's going to call off the King Jack. How you doing, Phil?
Phil Mitchell.
How you doing? From the Coronation Street?
Must be. Pretty sure it's EastEnders.
Same thing. They're all.
They are.
This is being played at the CBS Arena, Grosvenor Casino in Coventry, and I'm going to think this one up, but ace-10 off here after an open and a reshove. Pretty easy fold. Like, Marius not going to take ace-9, ace-deuce. Like, I don't think he is. What we see now, he's played the final table already. So, like, what's Dan hoping to see? To flip against 9 specifically? To flip against 8s? Like, if I'm sitting there as Marius and like Dan's having this think up, I'm going to think he's got something like ace queen. I don't think you ever think he's got ace 10 here. Ah, okay. It looks like the stack's out. It looks like that's about 300 odd K in front of Marius, so that makes a lot more sense. So you got there like 375. Oh no, there's hundreds there.
Yeah, there's four bluey blacks.
So yeah, it's got 740. I thought it was 340. I thought that's what Dan might have been thinking about, but ace 10 has to go into the muck as it does. And Joe should do the same with King Jack. But no, apologies, stack spot on. Nearly 2 hours into this, guys. Going to go on our first break, I believe, in 23 minutes' time. And we've not lost a single one yet. Four, 3 into the mark for Craig. Round to Phil on the button. Going to be jamming a lot here. I'd even jam this one tower 4-5 of hearts. I would just say the words I'm all in here as Phil. Suited connector. Like one of the good things about this hand, we never get called by like ace 5, ace 4. It's a situation that when we're called, if they've not got a pair, we're going to have that just shy of 40% against the ace kings, ace queens of the world. But I feel like this is one that just wants to jam for Phil on the button. 4-5 of hearts. Bryce has got 16. Dan was working with 7. Decides against jam, but does go for a near 4x open. And I feel like going to be the same result. We have Queen 10 off, yes, as Bryce, but not really getting an attractive price to defend now. Don't want to reshove. Leaves us with fold.
Still an 86 big, still chip leader, still on 9 players. Couple of double ups. And Dan is now short stack again. How are we doing, Mark? Mark Baden says Guinness Tower. not at this moment in time. While we're streaming the eye roller.
Ask him in
Eye roller,
ask him in 4 hours, Mark. Maybe less, 3 hours.
Right. Only thing I've had in the last 5 days is a hot toddy, and that's it. Trying to get the old tonsils back to normal size they should be. But the black stuff should ease it a little bit now, I think.
Wow, we've seen aces 3 times in an orbit. This time Marius benefits from them. And we've seen Marius open jam every single hand. He open jammed off a 17, he open jammed off a 19 from gun. He reshoved over an open. Now, suddenly, he says, I'm going to open. So, off of 18. Interested to see what the table thinks of this, because you've got a man that's just been playing a lot of open shoves. And now, this is the first time that he elects for the just raise first in option. Makes it 180. Looking for some action. Won't be getting any from Phil. We hope he won't be getting any from Phil.
They shouldn't.
Down out the way on the button. Bryce will do the same in the small blind. Anything to work with for Craig. Ace 3 of spades here. And I'd jam here, Tower. And the reason I jam is because what I just said. We've seen Marius. Obviously, Craig hasn't got this information, but a guy that's open shoving, was it ace queen the first time off of 17, pocket 10s off of 19. So now that he's deciding to open shove,
you've done it.
this is a really nice shove from Craig, because now he's starting to open shove all these hands. It means when he raises to 2 bigs, he's just got so many stills and not much value. And when we've got the ace in our hand blocking the key one, the aces, I think this is going to be a really good shove from Craig, just because of what we've seen from Marius, taking the opponent into question. Like, he's got too big of a, like, what we call a raise fold gap. Like, he's open shoving his ace king for 18, but he's not doing it with his aces and kings. That means when he makes it 2 bigs, he's just going to have so many stills, so many like ace 10, king queen, these type of hands. Well, we have a wheel draw. Back to the hand.
We do. It's a really nice turn. No, it's not. We need a 2 on the river. If it's not a 2, we get a double up for Marius. And we do.
Yeah. Like, if I didn't have that information, I probably would just defend as Craig. But with that information that we've had, that this opponent is open shoving 10s for 19, he's open shoving ace queen for 17 from early position. Now, when he suddenly wants to make it 2 bigs off of that stack depth, he just has like aces and kings for value. And then he's got so many stills in there. So when we got that ace in our hand, I think it's a really nice one to just jam there for Craig. Just run into aces, unfortunately. But I feel like there's just going to be too big a raise fold gap there for Marius. And if Craig's thought about that in the same way I have, credit to him, because I think that's going to be really good over the long run. Unfortunately, we can see whole cards. We tried to take them out of account. I'm telling a man to shove ace 3 into aces, but try and look at this over the long run and the variables that we're taking into account. Queen 4 off for Phil. Raises to 160. 4-5 off here as Elliott versus Chip Daddy into the bin.
And yeah, there is a break in 16 minutes. There is a break. So the final 15 minutes of the first session lost none, not any. And by the time we come back from the break, Spurs will be 4-0 up, won't they, Jay?
Let's hope so. That feel with a raise and take.
Mr. Tate on the 7.3 milli, not done too much out of the ordinary. The A7 was a bit wild, but
He's had some spicy opens.
yeah.
The only thing, guys, in the chat about that jam, just reading the comments, I have a very nice bit of information that you guys probably don't. I played with Marius at the Manchester Mystery Bounty final table, and he did have a fair amount of these raise folds. So this is the thing as well, like player dependency. I've got information you guys haven't, and I think that's something that you always got to take into account. Seen him on stream a few times as well, and especially at the earlier stages of a tournament can be a bit loosey-goosey, but as always with most players, things just tend to tighten up when you're playing for significant money. I do feel like he is going to like open ace 10, he's going to open ace jack, he's going to open king queen. Obviously it's just assumptions we make in game. What you do with those assumptions is up to you.
That's true. What is the expected buying at this year's Goliath? Quickly show you before the hand, just in case. Oh, where's he gone? Oh, we're in the dark. We know nothing. We know nought. I can tell you that the Goliath is exactly the same as... There it is. Exactly the same as it was last year. It is a £200 buy-in. Exactly the same. And that Goliath, on the background there, we have Francis on the screen. There is a GUKPT that's £1 million guarantee for a 12.50 buy-in.
That is going to be something. Is Carlo Citroni back on the old body build?
Yep.
He is?
He is indeed. He is doing it again. He's doing it again. I think he said it was his final year this year.
Is he not getting a bit like what age just stop going, all right, I'm going to rest, I'm going to enjoy my last 20, 30 years of my life. I'm not going to hit the gym every day. I'm just going to lay back on a beach, You got to
You know,
say
he's only allowed to eat at certain
This-
times of the
this-
year,
this is
and
what
if
I'm
he
saying.
doesn't eat within that 15-minute range, you're not allowed to eat. He says the regime is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like he's been doing it his whole life. Can you not go right?
I think
I'm gonna enjoy.
I think he wants Mr. Universe.
He wants Mr. Universe. Did he not get it last time?
Second.
No, he got second. How is it like judged? Do they just the judges go? He
no
looks all
idea.
right. He looks all right.
How do you judge gymnastics? They all jump, they all
Yeah,
land, and they're all good.
I don't know. I guess it's like just with any sort of sport, like you notice things when you're very good at something, don't you? Like, have you seen like in tennis? Have you seen that Roger Federer point when it's given as a fault, and Federer's like, no, it couldn't have been a fault because the ball span this way and it's not possible and stuff like that. It's just like when you play something or do something for so many hours, you sort of see things that people who've only been watching it for a few years don't see.
Yeah, crazy. Evening, Rakesh. Tell him, man, how are we? Yes, we're all good, thank you. Giving us the jokes during the evening. Evening, guys. Have the dates changed for any of the upcoming GKPTs? Yes, Leeds. Yeah, Leeds is going a week earlier. There's conflict with an event in Nottingham, so they've pulled it a week forward. So I think it now finishes on May the 16th. We'll get that changed on the graphics and the templates so we can show you. But Leeds has changed. It is now finishing, I do believe, on the 19th of May, might be 18th. May GKPT Leeds now finishes on May the 18th. We'll get that changed on all the templates so we can bring it to you up to date. We've also got information regarding Goliath this week. £200 buying again, not gone up. Like somebody said, it must be going to be £400 this year.
Obviously, there's a slim 1% chance of it went nuts.
Yeah, of course, I understand.
I might.
Big line.
I doubt it.
That's the floor down. Good massive
The Goliath has not changed, Pingu. Those dates are set in stone.
They are indeed. We'll bring you the Goliath pictures disappeared. We'll get PK on the case to make sure we can see it again.
Two big blind open from Bryce. Sam has not had a single hand.
Not one.
In the last 2 hours. He defended Queen 3, I think it was against Queen 3 Hearts in the big blind and check folded 10-9-7. But other than that, I don't think he's VPIP'd a single hand. Just hasn't been able to. However, Phil will be able to get involved with the 10-8 suited here.
Yeah, the life dates haven't changed. They're on the back wall every now and again. We can see them. And 6 minutes to go until the end of the session, and then a 15-minute break. So the last 5 minutes of the sesh.
Joe going to get to open with the ace queen.
Just over 40. Out of the way. In order. Oh, Sam's got a hand.
Finally, the good man, and he's getting called as well. Been patient.
Yeah.
It's paid off. 8.5 bigs. Like I say, I'm not going to have any flat range here. So, only real avenue is to jam.
Everything but his 1k chips. Or his 5ks.
Never easy though, can't just see like a king-queen suited. Still got to do some fading, and if Tao was saying it's true, we may just be down to 8.
Sam, not out of hand, looks down at kings, he's all in.
Lady on the flop, additional 2 outs for Joe.
Still the same, ace of the queen to knock out Sam. Fade that, and we get up to 1.6. And we do. Sam Goodman's patience. Not patience, just hasn't had a hand.
He
That's all.
literally has not had a hand. Huge double, up to 1.6 million. I know it's only 20 bigs, it doesn't sound that huge, but the way the stacks are at this final table, it is enormous.
Yep.
Nobody wants to die.
Normally what happens is if then one goes and they go like flies.
Final 2 minutes of the first session of the final.
Probably 2 more hands and take us to the break. Ipswich one up,
What?
says Curtis and Tim.
Ipswich are beating Manchester United.
There's no surprise there, is there? You said earlier Ipswich to win, both teams to score, and we all laughed at you.
I can only tell you these tips.
Ace 9 suited for Narcissus makes it 160.
Is that Curtis the Toys net?
Yes, it is.
There we go.
Phil here with the 9s could definitely just send the lot in here. We got Dan and Bryce behind us that have sub 15, I believe. So Could just go for jam as Phil if we wanted to in nines, but going to go for the 3-bet call instead. That's going to see Dan's ace deuce hit the mark. Quick fold from Narcissus, so we are going to squeeze one more in, guys. 15-minute break.
Guys needing the break, we're off. Realising nobody's been eliminated in this session.
Yeah, I wouldn't open this as Sam. Got Phil direct left.
Just making sure that there's no more hands to play because they're now in the break.
However, Dan's got a pair on the button tower, so we may not be completing the session.
It's twos.
Yeah, but it's twos with 2 players to get through tower. That is the thing. We got 7 bigs. Fold equities there.
It's twos. There we go. Excellent. I think with twos, you've already worked out what you're doing.
Well, as I always say, you should sort of, before you even look at your cards, think of the range you're going to shove, think of the range you're going to fold, and then when you look down, you already know what you're going to do. But Dan doesn't take the pair on the button. Maybe the position, other than the small blind, we could have just sent it in. Now Bryce with the ace-3 off. Obviously Craig damaged after the ace-3 suited shove. Is Bryce going to put the ace-3 to work?
Just a click. Oh no.
Yeah. Always say, like, saw it earlier from Bryce, blind on blind, it just doesn't really achieve much tower.
Not at all, not at all. We're going to see a flop, and then
yeah.
we're out with the ace-3.
Exactly, you're making it 2 bigs out of position. Like, what we're trying to achieve, just got to adhere logic to some spots and think, what does this raise do? And it just doesn't do anything. Now
Absolutely zip.
We just bloat a pot with a hand with not the best playability.
Yeah. Now we're going to check.
Well, he may see bet the paired board, but
Yeah. I'll look at it.
like just in general, like blind on blind, the 2 bigs out of position,
Not all of it.
not really doing anything, and
Well,
just going to continue.
we'll find a jam.
No, it's going to be fold from Craig, but
Shame.
does get it through with
Shame.
the ace high. We're back in 11 minutes, guys. We will see you just after 10 to 8. See you then.
Middle pair for Andy Bradshaw.
No checking 4-way for you in here. Feel like just always betting. Heads up, maybe one we can check ace of diamonds, but as soon as we go multi-way, always continuing here with the boots.
Andy Bradshaw calls.
Continues for third. Andy calls with his 5. Sam should be over calling here, getting 5 to 1 with the 10. Gonna go for the old raise. I feel like in this spot, when Ewan once again bets into Phil Tower, I say it a lot when we go 4-5 way, the players with ace king, ace queen, like the high cards, don't tend to see bet into 3 or 4 players. So as soon as they do continue, like they're more weighted towards a hand, whether it be 6s through 9s, whether it be 10x, whether it be an overpair. And obviously against all the 10x that Ewan opens, other than a couple of combos and the overpairs, we're just toast here with Sam. So may have just gone for call in this given scenario. like heads up, slightly different. Like then maybe we can start raising some top pairs for value against the late position open. Mr. Bradshaw in with the overcall as well, looking to snag 2 pair or trips on the turn.
Jack of diamonds. The diamond draw's no good. The brothers.
Yeah, but Sam, this is kind of interesting now. This is an
Turn 2.
intriguing spot. We now turn top 2, but after this action occurring on the flop, you've got to be wary that at least Andy has a flush here once he calls and then overcalls the raise. Like, I'm going to be really worried about this Andy Bradshaw range. I know we can see he's up to no good with 8-5 off, but it's kind of intriguing. So Sam continues for 5k. Ewan makes the call, and Andy now says, I'm all in, and oh my word, he's turned it into a bluff. He has turned it into a bluff, and the way he slammed his chips in there, you just think he's strong, right, Tower?
That's what you'd expect. That's the way he wants you to believe
Is
it.
he going for the old reverse tell? Like the old I don't care, have me chips usually means that someone's strong, but Andy Bradshaw throwing in the old reverse tell here, drinks the water as well. Acting as comfortable as can be now. And what you do is Sam, because we still got Ewan behind us who still can have flushes as well. The ace-X of diamonds, all in Ewan's range. King, Queen of diamonds, King, 9 of diamonds, all still there. And now Sam, this is gross with the Jack 10.
Can he ever?
With everything Andy's giving off Tao, I like. He may sell the reverse tell here. He actually may. He may just let this go, Sam. I think this guy, what is he supposed to have? He's called Ewan C-bet. We've then raised. Ewan's called, and he overcalls. Like it looks like a flush, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
This is going to be fun.
If Sam calls us, you get out of the way.
No, Ewan don't fold his hand, but this is what I'm saying. It's going to work out. Look, now Ewan with aces, ace of diamonds, just not going to fold, right? Getting this price.
No.
Even Vandy, I know Vandy got the flush. We've only got 12.7 back. Okay, so we're not actually calling to win 40. Let me figure this out. So difference of 3.5 in stacks. So there's 36.7 to win for Ewan. So he's actually getting 3 to 1. So he needs 25% equity. And assuming we can hit 9 diamonds here. Well, let's say we can hit 7 diamonds because Andy's repping a flush, 2.5% with 1 card to come. So we're actually getting like 18, 19% against a flush here as Ewan. So we're actually not getting the correct price. But then what we do, we start scattering in maybe some 2 pairs. If Andy has Jack 10 himself, we're then getting the right price because we got counter fill outs. So there you go. He does let it go.
He's going to turn them over.
Bradshaw.
Show the table. Go on, brothers. Show him. Yeah!
What a move.
Brothers.
What a move from Andy Bradshaw. I'm surprised Ewan's fold getting that price so tight, because if Andy's got Jack 10 in there as well, we give him all the combos of Jack 10, 9 left. Yeah, Jack and 10 on board. If we give him 9 combos of Jack 10 as well, when we've got the counterfeit outs and the chance to hit an ace, we've now actually got 15 outs to hit, assuming 7 diamonds we can hit as well. So then we're actually getting like 30, 33, 34% when he has that hand. Wow. So maybe it's like close to break even there, but I would have probably flipped it in aces, ace of diamonds. Takes a... But I guess Ewan just thinks like I do. He sold the reverse tell to me. I could see his card and I thought we had a flush. He sold it to me in the booth. He was doing all the things that someone does usually when they've got a monster. But he's a smart old man, is Andy, and he's obviously sold that to the table. And it's worked. Big slick for Ivy. Yeah, again.
Yep. Nice to look down at.
Tim with the 9-5 of spades.
There's me thinking hand was over. The big blind Tim decides to hit the 9 on the turn.
Just bangs the 9 off. What has happened here? Just expect to see a defend. Next thing you know, it's all in a call, and Tim going to double up through Ivy to 1.9 million. 9-5 of spades.
Just a wild shove on the big blind after an open from Ivy. Wow.
Yeah, that can't be good, Tower. Like, Tim's a very good player, we know that, but I've no idea what the hell was going on with that hand. That seems wine o'clock, says Oakers. Good shout, actually. When you know, wine o'clock. That is a good shout. He has been on the old red wine all day. Maybe it was a bit of a little. I don't know. I have no idea.
You just think open from Ivy and he's over.
Well, I thought he was going to defend. I looked up, thought he was going to defend, and next thing you know, he's all in.
Yeah, the old Dolly Parton working wonders.
Yeah. What's happened?
Yeah.
I've seen the screenshot of the message. I'm not going to say who it's from, but Tim's got too many friends that obviously have too much money. But Tim gets a message about 7 o'clock saying that if he goes all in on the final table with specifically 9-5 suited, that his mate would give him £3,000. And Tim was like, okay. He said, are you sure? Are you serious? And his mate was like, yeah, I'm literally going to give you £3,000. He's obviously got too money. So Tim got that text. An hour and a half later, he gets dealt 9-5 of spades. Ivy opens the cut-off. He looks down, 20 bigs in the big blind. I'm all in, make £3,000. But then again, he also won the all-in against Ace-King. Double whammy. So that's what's happened. And I've seen the message. It's true. I saw the screenshot. That was way before the 9 of 5 spades hand, and basically someone literally someone's given him £3,000 to shove 9-5 suited on the final table. And that was that. And I can confirm it is true. Seen the screenshot, and it was an hour and a half before the 9-5 a spades hand happened. You can just tell he understands like how the ranges change, and when we get to lead, when we don't get to lead. And I've been thoroughly impressed with Jean Jouin. And not only does he have that tower, he has something that not a lot of people have, and that is the capability to run it when you're playing for tens of thousands of pounds. We saw the huge check raise, 140% all in turn yesterday with 2 tables left. So he's got that move in the locker as well. So that is a dangerous opponent. Someone that has a great fundamental baseline, but can really put the pressure on as well.
I'm going to defend the big. Brendan has opened. 10 Jack of Diamonds. Brendan has opened. 3-bet to 200 with 9-4?
Yeah.
Against Brendan?
All aboard the exploit train, this has to be, and this has to be what we spoke about. So David's obviously picked up on what we've picked up. Feels like Brendan's not playing enough hands, he's potentially playing too tight, and he's not going to have he's not going to defend correctly. I feel like that's how David will feel in this.
said that last year as well. April, they come April.
Let's do it again. So, 2 hours on 9. 2 hours on 9. Ipswich are winning, says Mark. This is the final table, Callum. Yes, it is. And I've not seen the Man United howler, but I'll make sure I will. I love a good Man United howler.
So big blind now at 100k, guys. Get that graphic changed. Look at how that's going to affect the stacks. Going to be 6 bigs for Narcissus. Sam going to have about 15, even fresh off the double. May even get to a situation where we could be seeing some open jams from Phil. He's going to open the 7-8 off and may feel like he could be priced in here. Dan with the ace-jack, snap triangle. Something quite interesting as well. Dan has been taking a lot of time with his decisions. But there, 3 seconds, triangle into the middle. Sometimes in a live field, something to look out for. A bit of timing. Feel like Dan's going to be a lot more weighted towards value here. Either way, Phil with 7-8 off. Getting now nearly 3 to 1. Does he feel like he needs to spin Dan? I guess this is one of the downsides when stacks become this shallow of making it 2 bigs. The fact that when people jam for like 5-6 bigs, you feel like you're priced in and then call off some mediocre holdings. There we go.
Makes the call. So 7-8 with Phil Tate, chip leader. Dan with the ace-jack.
Well, any 6s, any 7s, any 8s, any jacks. It's as sweaty as it comes.
Fading lots.
Wow.
Wowzers. And Dan does again. Fades again. Man at risk nearly all the time is Dan. I think it's about 4 times, isn't it, so far?
I think so.
One on the outer tables as well. When he was it on the bubble for the final as well, when he doubled up.
Sits here under the gun, only 6.5 bigs, knows the big blind's coming, ace-2 suited, into the middle, still with some fold equity. I'd love to just get this through. We'll be getting through Phil with Jack-8. Dan finds pocket 10s. So, should be a nice comfortable ISO here. against the 6.5 BB shove.
Oh, he's just doubled up. And he has got the 10s. And says, I'm all in.
That would have been getting looked up from Bryce anyway, as Narcissus an ace into the muck.
Nine, 7 deuce, all spades.
Yeah, catch the deuce, but the spade's not working now, and that is
Right,
going to
well.
dead it.
So Narcissus with the ace deuce eliminated, and look at that, Dan all of a sudden up to 2.3 million, just like that. Gerard Dooley. JD tomorrow. JD? Oh, it's medicinal, isn't it? JD, I think it is. Heading down tomorrow until Monday. Excellent stuff. JD tomorrow. Might have to join yet. I think it's medicinal. I'm in for it. So Loss's first player on the feature on the final table of the mini Z final. First eliminated since Leo at 5:30. It's now 8 o'clock and we've just lost Narcissus Alaru. Queen, queen, ace, flop. Checked with a 3 diamonds turn. So back to call with the 3 of diamonds on the turn, and now checking it. Oh, Joettes. It's out of the way. And Marius Elliott down at 7 bigs. Craig on 8 in the danger zone. You don't want to be in the danger zone.
Queen 5 suited for Phil. Going to open. Elliot with the jacks going to get to jam, and going to be almost identical situation to Phil with a 7-8 off. Does he feel like he's going to be priced into call here? I think I'm actually going to go for the free bet, not all in, but effectively putting in 60% of his stacks. I wouldn't be folding to any jams. Joe's fold now becomes clear with this action occurring in front. I'm not sure what Phil's going to do, Tara, but last time he felt like he was priced in with the 7-8. Does he feel like it's the same scenario here with the Queen 5 of hearts?
Yep. Uh-oh. He's put the lot in. Phil Tate. What is happening? Once he puts the bet in, can't fold.
Like it's actually, we actually like prefer stacks to have like 10 bigs than 6 bigs, because this is kind of annoying. Second time it's happened now. Finds a queen, but there's a set alongside it, so unless we see
Running clubs.
or running boat,
Oh, here we go.
either way Elliot won't be going anywhere. Just a chop that's available for Phil. Right colour, wrong suit.
Elliot now to 1.6 mil. Once we get a bet in, we ain't folding, says Phil Tate.
He's still with a huge chip lead, even after these 2 early doubles to start the session. Man U are 2-1 up now, according to chat. They're only playing Ipswich.
Mine's at 100,000. Nice. Out of the way. Greg 2. Round to Elliot in 9.
Luxury for Elliot, being able to open. Hasn't had that on the FT yet. Sitting fairly shallow throughout. And Joe may be thinking about making this like 4 bigs here. Ace 4 suited, LP versus LP. Wouldn't mind it. It takes the fold option. And even Sam with the king queen off here. A really sucky one to be dealt off of 13. Elliot should be fairly strong here, opening hijack off of just shy of 16. But it's not as cagey as it once was. Obviously, we just lost a short stack. Dan has doubled twice. Bryce has doubled. So it's not the situation we had about an hour ago where it was 9 bigs to 14 bigs between the bottom 5. Maybe just set the range free a little bit more for these shallower stacks. Sam decides against the King Queen. Phil going to defend 10-6. One big does the job.
Phil Tate still 57. Craig down on 8. We are on 8 players. Craig with the Queen 10 of diamonds and 8 bigs. Too early?
I feel like now, like what I just mentioned, like Elliot's got a few more chips now. He's got like, what, 17, 18. Sam's got 12. And then Danny's doubled twice. Bryce has doubled. So we're not like outright short stack, but there's a bit of a gap between us and 7th in chips now. I think separated by about 5 bigs of Sam. But Marius finds a hand and doesn't take any time in sending the ace queen into the middle. I feel like this is perfectly fine from Craig Tower once again. I don't hate the ace 3 suited jam that got us to this stage. I think it's really nice if he's doing it for the reasons that I think I would. And now just running into the ace queen of Marius. This is the man that was second in chips not long ago, needing to hit to stay in the mini.
Can he do it? The Queen 10 of diamonds. 559. Needing a 10 to stay in the tourney. A diamond on the turn would help.
Dead on the turn.
Unlucky. Couple of fist bumps, big wave. Well done, Craig. Craig Stubbs, 8th, £5,150. So we're down to 7. It's time for Phil. Opens to 200.
Interesting one here for Dan. Knows Phil's going to open wide, but we've got 20 bigs now. Don't think We want to be attacking against this man. He's going to take it and feel any punishment. Probably not. Goes for 550 as Dan. So just attacking what he perceives to be a super wide button opening range from Phil. Let's get it through. Just jumps above 25. Sam and Bryce are short stacks.
Minutes of this first level of the session to go.
Couple of ladies for Joe, makes it 200k.
Two ladies. No action.
One thing we haven't seen though this FT, yeah, we've had probably 4 or 5 double ups, but we haven't seen like an ace jack versus an ace king,
Yeah.
a tens versus like a jacks. We haven't seen like even two good to strong hands
No, you're right.
sort of clashing.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. We have got a flop. Jack 3-2.
I'm just gonna have to be check fold for Elliot here. Maybe one with power suits. Maybe Queen of Diamonds, Nine of Spades is slightly better, but that could go for the little check raise, free to straight, free to flush overcard. But personally, I would just get out of the way. But always maybe just turning the cogs about potentially getting up to no good.
Red card United, says Curtis.
I haven't got any United players, so irrelevant. I brought Ahmad in for 1 week, and it turned out he was injured.
Really? Okay. And it was the A7, the small. Good jump for 16.
Yeah, in terms of chips, could tell, but I feel like we've got Bryce sat there with around 11, Sam the same. Maybe still fine actually, because Joe's actually got what, about 2.4, so he's gonna have to still call off fairly tight. He's got more, he's up to 3 mil, just so shy of 30. So Elliot gonna go for complete.
Just gonna get to see a flop. Oh no.
And Joe gonna attack with bottom of range. And now, is this what Elliot was hoping for with the A7 off? I just feel like it has to jam downtown now that we get these north of 3 bigs in the middle from Joe. Like, A7 off seems way too strong to complete fold. A7 off seems not good enough playability to complete call. So does that just leave us with complete jam, in my opinion? And there it is. And let's go with the all-in option. And once we don't get snapped, we love it, because we basically expect Joe to know once he raises what he's going to be raise calling.
Marius. Still here, yeah? Wow. Good chips as well.
Curtis says, go on, 2-2 against Man United. There you go. Maybe Ipswich can beat 10 men.
Phil's back. Upgrade from the 7-4 off, 8-5 off from +1.
Like it.
And going to be some bad news. Ace Queen suited just has to jam for Bryce. I'm going to go for the 3-bet call. Maybe knows his customer. Maybe feels like Phil could 4-bet send some hands that he wouldn't raise call. Either way, 8-5 off, we know what's going to happen with that.
And gets out of the way this time.
I haven't got Wisser. The only person I've got in that game is Beto.
Better, when did you buy him?
I had to get him in to afford Palmer to captain against Southampton this week. How did Palmer get on?
Probably none.
7 shots he had. He had 1.17 expected goals. No goal or assist.
Oh.
I can ruin someone's career, Tal. Don't you worry about that. You watch Palmer. He's in my team now. Rest of the season, he's going to be playing for Norwich next year. I can ruin someone's career.
Oh dear.
What I would love, though, Curtis, is a 0-0 draw Forest Arsenal, because I've got triple Arsenal defence, double Forest defence. So 0-0 in that game is...
Triple Arsenal. You playing 5 defenders?
No, keeper counts as well, don't it?
Oh, right. We're doing playing 4-4-2.
Yeah.
All right. So £47,000 up top for the £300 buy. Incredible numbers.
Oh, now Elliot with some chips to potentially get to work. This is one we could use once in a while. Little 4.5 BBs, something like 450. Obviously not taking it full frequency. Have some other questions we're asking ourselves before taking our approach, but it wouldn't surprise me if this was used. There we go, on the money as well. 4.5 BBs does make it 450, and I doubt we're going to see anything from Dan here with the A6 suited. Wow, I said I doubt it. Dan getting a bit out of line here now. He's worked hard for these chips. Calling the A6 out of position. 7 left in the mini.
And flopping best. Flopping the ace. Ace 10-2. 2 spades.
Yeah, and this could be trouble for Elliot. Simply because, like, Dan just can't really have flush draws. Queen Jack of spades, that's it, maybe one combo. But with this King of spades here, Elliot may have the barrels in mind. Obviously need to ask, like, c-bet this flop, what are we trying to fold out? Do we expect Dan to call stuff like 9s, 8s, 7s? Do we expect these to 4-bet jam? A lot of stuff going to be going through the head. Need to ask ourselves. Comes with just north of 20%. Nice clear check call for Dan. Feel like anything else would be a mistake. We've got some funky turns that could be really interesting. Well, that's not one of them. So boring, Tower. Because now this just goes check, check always, and probably check, check, river always as well. Dan probably feel like value betting threshold. Gonna maybe be some like ace jack. Maybe feels like ace 6 gonna be a bit too low down, but a bit of a boring turn because I feel like this just always goes check, check now, and on rivers that don't change anything. I'm not sure if Dan will hunt value because, like, Elliot's still going to check some potential ace king, ace jack here, picking up the straight draw.
And picks the 5 of spades on the river for Dan.
Yeah, and now I feel like I said it's Dan, we just checked out. Like, Elliot can still have some better ace x. It's actually sick if Dan blocks here because I think Elliot would jam. Like, his hand's just too good not to turn into a bluff versus block. But as I say, Dan should just be doing that. And Elliot is kind of annoying because we got a pretty naughty hand to have some ideas. But with King Queen, we just take our showdown. We beat Jack 10 suited. We beat Queen Jack suited. 9s with a spade. To be fair, I think he's going to be a bit annoyed to see the ace 6
Take his
suited.
showdown on 1 second.
It's always frustrating when you
There you go. That's what he's done.
see a hand that probably should have folded pre-flop. The ace 6 suited is one of those. And Elliot just never expecting to see a hand that wide once we 3-bet pre. Sometimes them little loose calls pre will work out. Yeah, Elliot was very good on the Manchester final table. JG, he played very well the mini main in Manchester. I think very studied, clued up. But like from the rest of the field, we've just seen, not like errors, but maybe little missteps that you wouldn't see in, say, a high roller, bigger buy-in tournament. You got to remember, £300 of this is, guys. I know it's an enormous sum of money up top, 47k, but £300 to enter. We're not dealing with like high roller fields where people are playing meticulously.
Correct.
Like, Dan may just see the suited ace and think, I've got a suited ace, I want to call, I want to play. Because, like, in general population at this buy-in, they would have heard of ICM, but they probably never even looked at it or not understand it. Has an idea that it's there, but never really delved in. So, Joe here with the ace-jack. Feel like call's nice. Now that Dan covers.
It's Queen 3 flop for Joe.
Yeah, our hand likes to check us down, and our range as well. It's not necessarily clear c-bet ace high board. When we've opened gun, Joe should be fairly snug, calls in position. Like still will be playing some checks. Not a case that we could just bet range. 5 of diamonds turn. May even go for the double check here, as Dan. And now as Joe, that is the green light to start trying to get some value from our ace jack. We just assume that any hand better than ours has started putting chips in the middle. Once we get to the turn, we can target some kings, some king queen, queen jack, queen 10, perhaps jacks or 10s that are going to get sticky. And 2-2-5. So kind of annoying here for Dan with the queen 10. We got to call once, but like in your head you kind of know there's some ace x that want to check back for Joe. There's some better queen x that can be in there, and we don't really expect him to start bluffing stuff like 9s and 8s. So it's kind of annoying for Dan because you know you got to call getting 4-1, but very difficult to have the best hand. Like the bluffs as well. If he's got a jack 10 suited, a king 10. King jack, maybe these are hands that start betting flop rather than turn. There's a point to make. Joe now just down to size. Looks like Dan has what he has, a queen, maybe pocket kings, pocket jacks. So will he really try and eke the maximum by going small? Yeah, does exactly that. 475 on the end here, 40%. I know we can see Joe's got the best hands out, but I think this is a pretty easy fold with queen 10 just as played. Like, as I say, king jack, king 10, jack 10, I feel like are ones that if they are going to start taking off, they have to be suited as well. They bluff flop. We have a 10 in our hand, bad for Dan if they are ever delaying turn barrel in river. Like, you've got to understand and recognise that like some suited ace x are just going to check back this flop and be able to go bet once float check 2 twice. And I feel like the key component is the flop check. Well, he's paid.
Yeah, that's paid him.
Like if you think, right, our opponent could have some king jack, they could have some jack 10, they could have some king 10, but
Was just a call on the flop, pre-flop? Was that a bit deceptive with the ace jack?
Well,
could he have expected a 3-bet?
No, because now that Dan covers us, like a lot of the continue range just wants to play flat tower. That's it. Like we will have a scarce percentage of 3-bets, but we're just going to play flats with a lot of our continue because we don't want to 3-bet, get 4-bet by Dan, even with a big hand, and potentially be next out when we're sitting comfortably third in chips. But I think the river call there is just a bit too stationary. Yeah, we got a queen, but I think it's maybe that sort of thinking, oh, he's checked back flop, he's never got an ace, but we're at a final table. These people are going to be able to play, and just because someone's checked back flop, that doesn't necessarily mean they can't have the top pair. And as I say, key component, king jack, jack 10, king 10, really think about it. If he's got these hands, these are probably just going to start betting flop rather than checking flop and then betting turn when he's less likely to get folds. These are just probably going to start the story on the flop. So he's not going to bet 9s or 8s or 7s. Once check 2 twice, these will just hunt to showdown. So when you really think of it as Dan, like, we don't actually beat anything there with queen 10. If we're going to make the assumption that bluffs start firing on the flop, the king jack, jack 10, the stuff that was probably in his head, he was ahead of him river, but seems a bit ambitious.
King 9 flop. So blinds up. Blinds down to 120.
Ace Queen for Marius Swidby. 2.5 million out. Sam in the cut off with the Ace 4. Ooh, just the kings that I can remember. Three and a half hours into this day 3, they come back with 11, but it's not been the best FT in terms of distribution for Sam.
It is not. Nice. Bryce revealing to us what he does have. He makes a call. We have got a flop. But, of 8-eye, 8-6-3 is the flop. Check to the turn, which is a 2. Check, check. Street behind. Six of diamonds on the river. Check down. Bryce bins them. So there we go. So how's your team doing this week?
Not the best, but it's not a good week for everyone at the moment. So
They're not. Let me check mine. Yeah, we're checking mine. I've not checked it for 3 weeks. I actually forgot. You know when you sleep in,
yeah,
I don't even check.
oh, you don't even check.
When we're not on stream, I don't get battered about it. So I just don't do anything. This forfeit might not happen. Because I actually forgot.
Well, it means you got 5 transfers. If you forgot, yeah.
I did three before I even showed you that I'd actually done it.
You probably built your transfers up, so you probably got a few transfers, to be fair.
I did 3 transfers before I showed you that I got the app bashes in. You know, the first week I showed you. I'd already changed my team 3 times.
Yeah, I remember.
Let's have a look. See how we're doing on the old FBL. Let's, what we got so far? Yeah, what game week are we on?
29, I think.
29? Oh, heck. I'm miles behind. Oh, heck. 29? Are we on 29? Oh, dear. Strolling around at the minute.
Down on the button here. With the King Queen of Clubs, I feel like flat's really nice. got Sam dwindling, you got Bryce dwindling, you got Elliot dwindling.
Yep. So three-way action.
I can't actually recall this whole final table of three-way or more flop tower. This may be the first.
Very cagey. Ace, Jack, 4.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
We got the nut flush draw for Dan. We got top pair, decent kicker for Marius. Elliot should put another chip in.
Yeah, so small bet from Marius. May even go for check. Dan in position on the button, but feel like the way Marius plays, just always betting here with the ace queen. Dan, whoa, against this size, pretty annoying. But we've got to call the nut flush draw against 2/3. Whoa, a little bit more, 700. Oh, this is, well, this, I actually wouldn't know what I'd do. This is actually really grim because, like, this size of Marius, I don't think is ever a bluff. It's just always an ace or better. Well, he's going to jam. I never would have taken this avenue. Once Marius goes that size, we're just always getting called, in my opinion, into 2. Oh, my word, Dan.
They took the aggressive line.
But once Marius bets 80% tower, he's never folding, right? He's not betting 80%. Well,
Oh, what do we know?
Jack of clubs,
What do we know?
instant service.
And a 5 of diamonds, leaving Marius down at 9 for you. And Dan, who was all in on with 10 left, he's been all in 3 times on the final. He's now second in chips.
Yeah, that was a strange one, Tal, because you got to read into Marius's size in there. And once he goes 80%, has he really got any C bets into 2 for 80% to fold? I don't think so. I just don't think we're going to have any equity, fold equity versus that size. So we're basically just punting it with a flush draw to try and hit a club. Otherwise, we're out in 7th, but we hit a club, so we're here.
There we go, we're second in chips.
And that was, I actually don't know what to do there, Tar, versus that 700k when we got 2 milli. Like, because if we flat, do we just flat and fold non-club turns, non-10 turns? It's really, really interesting what to do there. I guess Dan thinks I've got king, queen of clubs. Even we're up against an ace X, I've got 45%, just shy of a flip. If I win that flip, potentially going to send me to 47k in a few hours' time. Obviously, even though we're up against top set, we're going to have a heap of equity. We got a gut shot, we got a flush draw. We're never going to be in too bad a shape, but I really don't know what avenue is best to take in that given spot. Met with a size we probably never expect to see. Now Marius, very next hand, winds the jacks and sends it into the middle, and this is pretty annoying for Sam because you may feel like this is a bit of steam coming off of Marius.
Yep.
And he's going to be wider than most here just because of the hands.
Tough spots. Not had any hands whatsoever.
Yeah,
Sam,
Sam, you've just seen Marius lost that pot tower. You're going to think he's got
Steaming.
some steam coming off. This is the problem. But Marius has just found the goods very next hand. Like if Sam thinks deuces through sixes are going to be in here, which after the hand that just occurred, maybe they are. And maybe some suited ace-x we dominate. Real grim spot with the pocket sevens. It's really annoying because if that hand didn't just play out, I feel like Sam folds here. But I feel like with the hand that just occurred, like this one seems cuspy, and
Think there could be steam.
maybe we just lean towards the cool approach. Love to see the fold from him though. He's going to find it. No, he's not. I thought that was a double check in the muck.
So in they go. Eventually for Sam. Snapfall from Phil. Snapfall from Phil. Phil, it's on you.
He's thinking double knockout tower.
He's not. He's just wasting time, man. Oh, is it on me? Oh, sorry, lad. Oh, good old Phil Tate.
So, unless there's a monster behind, we're going to head to the streets for a full board. Sam has Marius covered. Needs to find a 7. Hearts covered. So 7 or some sort of straight draw, and that is
Not
just
anymore.
dead on the turn. No sweats here. Marius will double. Sam will be left with 2 bigs. Less than 2 bigs. Just north of a BB. How you doing, Kane? Kane Newman in the chat says, not sure if I'm hearing things right. I mean, what's there to think about? Tough spot, question mark. I'm guessing you're talking about the King Queen of Clubs hand. It's really awkward because as Dan then, he was sat 4th in chips. And the way the prize pool is situated, obviously the longer we last, the bigger our payday. And when you've got 3 stacks that are sub 15 bigs, I think it was actually 12, the graphic just come up, 3 stacks less than 12 bigs. Like if we just outlast those 3 players, we essentially make 5 figures. So as Dan, when faced from that size from Marius's size is so big into 3 players, 80%, that essentially he's saying he's got an ace or better. So then as Dan, with the King Queen of Clubs, he chose to go all in, but by going all in, he's basically said, okay, I'm going to take my 40%, my gut shot, my flush draw, just north of 40%, and I'm going to try and hit to win a big pot. But if Dan doesn't hit there, suddenly he's out on 7th, and if he just waited an hour, made a few folds, he would have made an extra £10,000. This is why the spot is difficult. In tournament poker, you get to a situation, it's always there, but mainly at final tables. With ICM, and what ICM is, we don't now make decisions to make chips, we make decisions to make money. And that's a big thing in multi-table tournaments when you get deeper, as we are here. Like in terms of chip EV, he's got a gut shot, he's got the nut flush draw, 2 cards to come. Run it, by all means, we'll take just shy of a flip. But with our chips being so valuable, it becomes much more dicey.
Phil makes the call. Well, he has to raise it up because it's well, he could just call. With 3 bets to 600 with ace king. So we're going heads up. Sam's all in. Ace king for Phil. Sam's going to need to hit to survive. Will he do it? Be nice if he does. He just ain't had card distribution at all in the final table.
Well, we got a double gutty. Flush draw dead though.
King or a 9 needed. And it's not, it's a 3. Unlucky Sam. Certainly not the best card distribution on a final table.
Never seems to have it though, Tal. This is
No.
it.
Fist pumps everybody at the table. Such a nice lad. And £7,040. Well played, Sam. Not bad for a £300 entry. If you look at it that way.
I think you call it. 120.
Over to Joe. Can't be raising into chip leader with 7-4 off. Marius with the 10-7. In the small blind, no Phil is going to get aggressive here, but I still feel like we want to be completing. So he was right on the line, but still would get in as Marius here and Phil with the Queen 6 of Hearts option on him.
There's Jack Deuce. Wish them both.
Looks like Phil was counting out. Difficult to dislodge worse. Maybe better Queen Highs, but feel like King High or better should continue. I'm going to fold out the 2 live cards of the 10-7. Now with 6 players, when we lose one more, we'll be on that 30-minute clock. Still plenty of play. Dan just put some less of a gap between him and Phil now. Been some day for Dan. It must have been a roller coaster. He must have been all in 8 or 9 times so far today, Dan.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
If you win all your all-ins, you're going to win the poker tournament. Simple as that.
There's Jack for Joe in 1. Looks like he raised 240. And down in the bin. So we're on 6. 48 minutes left of the session.
Just an update on the high roller as well.
Go on.
104 in.
Wow, that is huge.
3 hours still left of reg today, plus reg up until day 2 tomorrow. I really think we could hit essentially a record-breaking high roller this week at the UK Open. King 3 suited for Phil. Opens on the button here, and Bryce with one that do expect to defend, suited King against the button opening range of Phil. But no, decides against it. Fairly tight fold that from Bryce. Maybe Elliot in the back of his mind in the big blind next hand knows if he can outlast him, we will make an extra £4,000 just shy of. Ace Queen suited for Marius here. And there is the open rip for 16. Would much prefer raise call, but no, Marius does like to open jam anything up to 20. Once again,
no solvers with Marius.
And look, like this is a great example of what I was talking about earlier about the ace-3 suited hand. Like if Marius is open shoving like ace queen suited, if he's open shoving ace king, pocket tens, like as soon as he makes it 2 bigs, he's got aces and kings, and then just hands that are stills, that are bluffs, that are just trying to pick up the blinds and ante. When you think about combos, you got 12 combos of aces and kings, and then you add in all those little extra combos if he's trying to nick an ace 10, a suited ace, a king queen off, these type of hands, it just outweighs the value massively if someone is playing like that. Well, here's another example. Will we get to see an open for 2 bigs, or is Marius just going to send what is 17 bigs into the middle here? Here we go, Tower. And this is what I mean. If he's doing this with ace-king suited, if he's doing this with ace-queen suited, when he makes it 2 bigs off of these stack depths, he's got aces or kings, or he's got stills. So when you got the ace or king blocker, could be a real chance to exploit when someone's raised fold gaps becomes that big.
There you go. If you're watching the game, check out your opponent's sizings. We are on 6. 13 minutes of this level to go. Minute final. We're down to 6.
Couple of ducks here for Phil.
Who opens the 2s? Down to Joe, unbeknownst to us what he does have. In the bin they go though.
Does have an ace in the big as Marius. Defended. just like that. Top and bottom. And Phil actually with one tower, deuces with a heart that could potentially send some barrels in. Really nice one to just check call here as well, Tower. We've got club heart, power combo, top and bottom. Like, we're going to get the money from Phil's ace king, ace jack, all this stuff anyway. Keep those king queens in, keep those queen jacks in, keep those queen 10 suited in. Do not go losing your customer. There we go, love it from Marius.
10 of clubs on the turn after a check call.
Now decision point for Phil. Is it one that we are going
All
to
of it, I think he's just said.
triple it off?
Oh, no, he hasn't.
And now it gets a bit difficult as Marius whether to call or jam. Like, it's not really clear here once Phil goes this size. If Phil went small on the turn, I would definitely just call with these suits. However, once he goes big, like, maybe Marius just feels like Phil's priced in, never folding a draw, never folding an ace. But Phil Tate actually with a hand that probably will just get out of there here and now.
Will be a fold eventually. There he is in the bin. Marius up to 3.5 mil.
Fall through for Dan out of the way. So we'll do the same on the button. Marius with some newfound chips in the small blind.
And the bin they go. First walk of the final. What's coming up the rest of the week, Jay?
High roller, main event, I believe.
Is it? There we go. Get your teeth into these. Thursday tomorrow, the high roller day two will be concentrating on. Jay said there's already over 100 runners in the high roller. What a field that'll be. That'll be a decent watch tomorrow. We are on air at 1:20. You get extra hour in bed. It's like clocks move forward.
I'm sure they're 1:20, so we are extra hour in bed. Thank you for that. Do you know what happened this morning as well?
Yeah, go on.
I nearly, well, I say nearly, someone called me at the crack of dawn. Someone called me at the crack of dawn.
Hang on a minute.
Hello.
Hang on a minute. Are you one of these people that don't put the do not disturb on and then they knock at 9 o'clock saying, "Ralph, keep it"?
Someone called my phone.
Yeah.
Called my phone, so my phone was going bzzz,
Why are you doing it on silent?
It is on silent, but it still goes bzzz, bzzz,
So it's
you
on
know,
vibrate.
It's on vibrate. So I looked there,
Shocking.
answered the phone, hello, had my conversation about 2 minutes. I was laying in bed, I'm like, I can't go back to sleep. I might go downstairs for breakfast. Yeah.
What?
And then I fell back to sleep, so I didn't. But it did cross my mind. It literally crossed my mind this morning. I nearly went downstairs for breakfast this morning, but it crossed my mind. Next thing I know, I woke up at 11:30, alarm going off, and didn't have breakfast. But there we are. If you're watching Balsi,
Brian,
Brian,
just make sure that Jay's not had his breakfast, will you? Yeah, all right, just make sure.
I better not be giving away Balsi's breakfast on stream. He'll kill me.
Oh dear.
Up and down for Dan. Feel with ace high check calls. Nice one to stab for Dan when you have the 6 high, folding out better hands. Queen on the turn. Not going to double barrel. Decides to shut it down with a check. Can still get there, but not on paint we can't. And this is going to be an interesting spot because Phil should always play check here. Ace-9 high and more than good enough to show down blind on blind. However, for Dan, he may feel obliged to bet the 6-4. And on this sort of Queen River, what are we trying to rep? Like, we're probably going to be betting our King X. It's difficult to say. Maybe a Queen that stabs flop. River's backdoor trips, but does just shut it down. I think I kind of like it from Dan. Really hard river to start bluffing. I feel like ace high may have even heroed there for Phil. Ten nine suited for Elliott. Effective jam. Knows big blind's coming. Outright short stack.
Over the 10-7 on the button out of the way.
There's Bryce here with the Queen 8. Like, we don't really want to double Elliott up, but we should know that he's going to have still a fair amount of hands here when he's under the gun. 5 big blinds. Queen 8 off into the muck. Maybe knowing as well, it's Elliott's big blind next, we can shove into him. That way it will be folded to us though, because if it's folded to Dan, he should be playing a lot of shoves on the button. The Spurs winning yet? How's me loads of goals looking?
How's your loads of goals? What are you backed?
Over 4.5.
What?
I said it'll be 3-2.
Wow. Did you?
Yeah, I said
I
it'll be
must have missed
3-2.
that one.
Phil McCoff making it 250 and Elliott with the 7s, and as Phil only 6 bigs does raise call as he should, and we are flipping.
Here we go. Can he survive? Can young Elliott survive? Well, that's good. Just fading kings and jacks.
Yeah, no runners available. 6 outs twice to fade.
There we go. 87% of the time, we double. Oh,
Not on that river, we don't.
Oh, Phil Tate, what are you doing, man?
And Phil back to 6.5 million now.
Unlucky, Elliott. Well played again. Well played again. Young Elliott Antonius. £9,750 for a £300 entry. Superb effort. $30x in your money and you don't win it. What's some comp?
No, I never in doubt. It's
Jack of diamonds for Marius. Surely we got to open now. We got 29 big cert. Don't have to just use that triangle all the time. Looking at 240, and this is one that, as Phil, I'd definitely go after, because now you've got Bryce outright by himself, short stack. Very nice from Phil Tate here with a Queen Ten of Hearts. And this is kind of interesting because I'm not sure how Marius is going to proceed here, because Ace Jack suited, obviously more than viable to get in here. Now that we are 5 max, free bet from the chip leader, we can dominate a lot of his free bet range, some King Jack, Queen Jack, some worse Ace X. But I don't think we ever want to take the 4-bet avenue here as Marius. I feel like it just plays cool. Bryce sat there sub 10 BBs. We outlast Bryce. We make ourselves an extra £5,000, which is good for 17 buy-ins. Bryce actually was sub 7, not sub 10, so even more reason for Phil Tate to start putting the hammer down.
No Jack 7. In the bin. So blinds are up. And now with 5 players left, we're on a 30-minute clock. 160k. So 30 minutes to go until the end of this session.
I went on my, when we're working, I like to go on the messenger thing with the circles on Facebook, because I have my group chats to set up my games with the...
The messenger thing with circles.
You know, people's circles, you press them and you see like what they're up to.
No.
You know, on Messenger,
What?
I don't really use it.
Facebook Messenger.
Yeah, so you got people's circles above here. So if I click on someone's circle,
Oh, right.
it shows what they're up to, what they're doing today,
Does it?
or something. Yeah,
How do they know?
I don't know. But anyway, enough about that. So I've gone on the golf FPL I tune. I went in Messenger. I was
Oh,
scrolling
right,
down.
yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, oh, I wonder how I'm getting on in the golf.
Right.
I'm like 4th bottom.
Well, you sound surprised.
Out of how many people have entered? We got
50.
50.
Yeah.
What's going on in the golf?
What did your mate tell you?
He told me I had no chance.
And he said, if your team wins,
Yeah. But I was just seeing how you was getting on, Tal. I was going to ask, how's your golf
I
FPL
actually
going?
haven't checked
You haven't checked?
in about a month. So you can let me know if you want, please. I honestly have not checked. I know I've not had a winner yet this year. None of my team have performed. In fact, I think 2 of them haven't even played this year. That's how good I picked.
Scheffler's been off the ball this year, hasn't he? He hasn't started as well
No.
as he did last. Blind on blind, Marius and Phil.
I'm going to check. I've never checked it before.
I was literally, because obviously I like having a game of cards usually when we finish, and
Yeah.
in some group chats with some of my co-workers, let's say. And then I saw it, I thought, oh, I wonder how I'm getting on in the golf. I haven't checked it in since Manchester.
Let's have a butchers then. we go. So J, Arwood. Oh yeah, you're 52nd out of 56.
Yeah, that's what I said, fourth bottom.
Well done. Well done.
Where are you?
Who's underneath you? Ray Charles,
Ray Charles.
Stevie Wonder. So you're 50. Oh, you're 50th out of 54. 50, 51, 52, 53. Sorry. There's 53. We're just the numbers at the side. So you're 50th out of 53. I'm not doing that much better. Oh, I'm on the first page.
Yeah, you're on the first page. You got to scroll 3 pages to find me.
I'm 12th.
12th.
12th. And my captain's been Pants.
Who you got, captain?
Batia.
Oh, Batia.
Old Ashy Batia. But I'm currently 12th. And I don't know how many points I'm behind. I'm currently on 1,311 points, and the leader so far is on 1,570.
You got a chance then,
So I'm
still.
270 points behind.
Could be a double up here for Bryce. King 10 of spades for Phil. Is going to make the call against the ladies. Bryce well out in front. But we need to do the hard bit now. Some fading to do.
Good evening, Mr. Tony Pierce. Bryce has a chance of doubling up with the Queen. Stands up. Good flop. Jack of Spades would be interesting. Queen of Spades would. 4 of Spades would as well.
Yeah, pretty much any spade. Lots of outs now to fade for Bryce. Phil needing a king or a spade to knock him out.
Or does he survive again? Yes, he does. Survives again up to 2 milli.
Queen 10 for Joe here. Opens to 320.
What's the forecast tomorrow?
What, like weather forecasts?
Aye.
We're underground. We don't need. Doesn't affect us.
Coventry.
You thinking of golf?
Thursday. Oh my God. The sun's shining all day.
It is.
All day.
Yeah.
You know what that means? I'm going to get my lycra on. And
No,
me,
you're not.
And my trainers.
No, you're not.
And I'm going to get my running shoes on. Or my walking shoes. Whew, my nice tight top. Lycra. And get a video cameraman.
I can't participate. I have a bad neck.
You don't walk on your neck.
Yeah, but it still hurts especially when I put weight on my left foot. It hurts my neck.
Does it?
Yeah, it hurts my neck. When I put weight on my left foot, it hurts where I've pulled it.
Well, tomorrow, the sun's shining. We have no excuses tomorrow.
I've got a bad neck. I
No,
just
me.
told you my excuse. So
Me.
okay. So you're gonna run around the stadium.
No, I'm going to walk it.
You're gonna walk it.
Yeah.
And time it.
Mikey has got the bet of the year on.
Okay.
that I can't do it in under 10 minutes.
You can't walk around the stadium in under 10 minutes.
That's what he says. That was the bet.
I don't think you can do it in under
No,
10
no,
minutes.
no.
Do you know, do you know
and
why?
I've been given 3 chances.
Do you know why? I'll tell you why.
I've been given 3 chances.
Because Mr. Bousfield, John Bousfield, every break, 15-minute break, he walks around the stadium, he makes sure. And I have seen him with a minute and a half left on the clock rushing down the escalators. So, and no offence to you, Tao, but John Bousfield is probably a little bit more fit than yourself.
He is. He
So-
does run half marathons.
Yeah, I know he does, but I'm going to say under 10 minutes is a bit of a stretch.
Oh, shoot. No wonder he put the bet on then.
Who's he got the bet with? Who's like
Mikey.
that? Oh, what, you put the bet on?
No, Mikey said I can't walk around the stadium in under 10 minutes. This is £20. You've got 3 chances.
Oh, you got 3 chances. Okay.
Do
Well,
it- do it-
well, I'll tell you what, Tao. What we'll do, we'll get a car. Won't tell him this.
Car?
Walk halfway round. We'll drive round to the last quarter, and then you can just jollily. We'll split the 20 quid, a tenner each. Tenner each. We'll chop him up.
Tenner each.
Chop him up.
No more football, Rosa. He's done for the season.
You've literally ruined me, Rossa. You've absolutely ruined me, you lot. Actually, I got a bollock. Oh, I got told off as well. I got told off as well because I was like on the phone. I go, my neck's so bad. I go, you're gonna have to massage it when you get here Friday. She goes, why are you not stretching? She goes, you're 30 now. You need to be stretching before you do exercise. You can't just go and play football.
Hang on a minute, but how do you stretch your neck?
That you do the up, then down, then left, then right. That's what we used to do at football training anyway. We always got told you're not meant to do it like that. You're not meant to do it in one motion. It's meant to be up, down, because that's dangerous apparently. Left, right. That's how we got taught that you're not meant to do it in a circular motion
Oh, okay.
because it's bad for your neck or something.
But hey,
But yes, Rossa, I'm out.
cheers, Dr. J.
I'm out of football for the foreseeable future after what you lot done to me yesterday. Pocket 7s, all in for Maris. Over the open from Dan. Going to be getting that through.
At your age. I love it.
Silly old man. Used to be great when you're younger, just go outside, go kick the ball around the park,
Yeah.
you come back in, feel fine, won't ache the next day, repeat. So going to be going on break in 18 minutes time, guys. Expect it to be the last break of the day. We'll be coming back at 200k big blind, which would put less than 100 bigs in play. Blind on blind Mario 7-5 of hearts. That's the call.
So we are on 5 of the minute. Money is now in 5 figures.
King, Queen, 9 here. Not much for either. It'll be a situation first. Stab going to take it.
King high flop, king queen 9. Check, check. 6 on the turn.
Aye.
10. Wow. 10. Face light up on the river as well.
Again?
Seeing your face light up on the river there.
Rotate it. Still around the 7 million mark. Hardly moved all day, has he?
He hasn't.
This chip stack has just not moved.
I think his peak's been about 7 million and
Yeah.
his drop's been like 5.4, but he's been in between there all day long.
I'm slightly rooting for him a little bit because he did put chunks of money into our charity box in Teesside when he made me play American Pie
Yes, he did.
for 16 minutes.
It's not actually 16 minutes though, is it?
Well, it's 2 8 minutes,
Oh, because he asked you to play it again. Oh, okay, yeah.
and all
yeah,
the card
yeah, yeah.
room forced me to play it again.
Oh no.
But it was another £100 for the bucket. So there we go.
Ace 8 for Marius, opens button. Makes it 3-2-5. And Phil here, how about a jam tower? I'm actually not sure what Dan's got behind, but if Dan's got sub 25, I think could potentially just say the words and put the maximum pressure on. With Bryce sat there as shallow as he is, either way, going to be the same result. We'll be getting this one through. Doubt Marius is going to do much here at all. And maybe once again, Phil also recognising what we recognise. If Marius 17 bigs tower, what he got? What's he? That, exactly what he's got.
Yep.
Open shoved ace king, open shoved ace queen, open shoved tens off this stack. So when he goes for the 2 bigs, he's basically got aces, kings, or like hands like that, bluffs that he's trying to steal with. And when you add up all these ace 8 offs, ace 10 offs, ace deuces, king queens, king jacks, all these combos just heavily outweighing the 12 combos of aces and kings combined. It's very important that when you are open shoving for a huge amount that you don't sort of create too big a raise fold gap, because people will then be aware, can start free betting heavily with the ace X when you're just sort of repping aces for your hands that can call off. Pocket fours for Joe. Raises to 320. Dan here with the ace jack. Now 5-handed, slightly less ICM there. He's got Bryce short though. That may be the problem for Dan, but even still 5-handed here. 16, 17 bigs. And you feel like ace jack too good not to be jamming.
Jamming. Jamming. So Joe, in the bin they go. Back down back on a 3.4 mil. 22 bigs. Tie game. Heading to the break. 11 minutes and counting till the end of the session. And then a 15-minute break. And Jay reckons it should be the last session.
Ace 10 for Marius makes it 360. Once again, Tower, no open jam.
Yep.
So, like, these are the assumptions you got to make. Sometimes they're not always going to be right, but like the Ace 3 suited jam from Craig that we saw earlier just looks fantastic now. And 10 minutes to go, guys. And then grab a quick 15.
Yep.
Might go have a little kickabout in the car park.
Come back arm in a sling.
I don't even know
They
what
put me
happened.
in net.
I literally just headed a ball and it was like the ball was a bowling ball and my head's just gone down an inch. Like into my oh, it was... Ace 10 suited for Bryce. He's been patient. And patience paying off. Get to open shove the button. Tom, we literally just seen him shove Ace Queen suited and Ace King suited for 18 and 19 big blinds respectively less than 15 minutes ago in a five-handed situation. So I'm saying if he's open shoving these five-handed for 18, 19 bigs, but then he's making it two bigs with Ace 8 off, Ace 10 off, this type of stuff, then it's just too much of a raise fold gap. We've literally just seen him open shove Ace King suited, Ace Queen suited the last 15 minutes. Unless I misread the hands, unless the graphic was wrong, but I'm pretty confident there is Ace King, Ace Queen suited back to back, open shove for 18 and then 19. Might have been six-handed because I think we lost Elliot like 10 minutes ago, didn't we? But even still, six-handed or five-handed. So if he's open shoving these for 18, 19, when he suddenly makes it two bigs, he's not got Ace King, he's not got Ace Queen, he's not got tens, he's not got jacks. That's what I'm trying to get at. I know it can be difficult to get your head round, mate, but you can always just ask if you don't understand.
So checked all the way down to the river. Manius with the check mark. And into the final few hands of this session. 10 bigs for Bryce again.
Jay, calm down. Your neck might go again. It might. It might fix itself.
Hey, the one push. How are we doing, Eddie?
I was actually sitting there on the floor because I was injured. I was on the floor. I was sitting there on the floor, and I think it might have been Rosser actually. Leo's kicked the ball towards me, but from behind me, and Rosser or Arian has caught it from hitting my head again as I've just done my neck. And I actually said that might have actually fixed it if you let it hit my head. But there you go. But it's bad. It is bad.
How much did Eddie cash for?
Eddie, what do you cash for? Probably a min cash now in the one push.
One bullet, one cash, 7 of 7.
I'm done trying to help people out. It's like me trying to explain Nash equilibrium to you. Some people are just not going to be able to understand what I'm saying. It's all good. I try and help.
Jack 6 deuce flop. Checked 10 on the turn. And that and a call 4 on the river. Phil gets a check mark after hitting. There's no marginal showdown. But is he going to fire again? Don't take it.
Bit of some value bet. Like we're not going to fold out a 10 or a jack, maybe a 6, but I'd personally probably just check here as Phil, see what Dan is going to be up to. And Dan not choosing to bluff the Queen 8.
So the final couple of hands of the session. Manius with 20 bigs, second in chips. Tens for Joe.
Even as Joe hit for 17, this is fairly hefty.
So 20 bigs for Joe, 20 bigs for Marius. Could be the last hand of the sesh.
We'll agree to disagree, Tom. To be fair, I did say earlier, played with him a few months back, Manchester, Mystery Bounty final table, and I said at the time when we were nine-handed that he was doing a lot of that at the Mystery in Manchester, and that's why I'd make that assumption. So, because I've seen it, I do know. That's what I'm getting at. But I mentioned that a few hours ago. It is what it is. Agree to disagree. The man that's always in the chat, being a chat pro, but I've never seen him play a GUK PT. Never seen him here. Never seen him battling.
He might not wear the badge, Thomas. Tom McMass.
Chat pro Thursday, Tower. Or are we Wednesday? Oh, we're Wednesday. We started on a Tuesday.
We did. Only did the main event get today, by the way? With it being the first day one. I know a lot jumped in the high roller. And then they'll be here for the Thursday and Friday. Playing the day ones. Oh, Marvin Knights.
Oh, he wanted his break. He should have waited a little
Should
bit
have
longer,
waited,
Bryce.
mate.
You would have come back on the
Yeah,
button, mate.
yeah.
You've got to play one more hand.
Yes, if you'd have realised, mate. If you'd have realised, mate.
Wanted an extra 30 seconds.
Wait 10 more seconds, you don't get another hand. Now we're going to deal when the clock's already on 0. $86 in the main event. Cheers, Richie. Phil, go and take your break. Yep, they're all taking the break. Extra hand in. Big blind on Marius. And there we go.
I'm off for some one bounce in the car park.
Woohoo! We're going to have to see how many keep you up as we can do. See you in 15 minutes.
See you in 15. Maybe feels like that. Maybe he feels like he just gets the free bet deck. But I'm not sure about 9-4 Tower. To be fair, I'd never take it myself, but it has to come from that baseline. I feel like this is where David is coming from here. He feels like Brendan's not going to be defending correctly. He's going to be overfolding. So he's just decided to roll in the old 9-4 off.
On the flop for Brendan. 8, 9, 10 flop. Top pair wrapped around it. David scored a piece as well.
Yeah, I think David, though, just aware now, like once Brendan does defend, going to tread carefully. Jack 10 of diamonds. Top pair up and down. David Lennon still going to come along with his middle. Was only south of quarter pot. Continue.
Off to the turn, which is a 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, and now as Brendan maybe where we do check back. Like it's horrific if we get check jammed, and we're not going to against David's particular hand, obviously, but if he ever has some hands that potentially want to go for check jam, it's a free bet pot, like value bet threshold. I don't think we get to go bet with a 10, so great junction to check perhaps here is the turn, but not going to get that option. We are going to go for bet instead, so finds quarter again.
150.
Now as David, no real sort of straight draw or anything to go alongside the 9. Is this where we're just going to see him get out of the way? Isn't 9-4 part of the deck? Yes, it is. That's what I'm saying. Maybe David thinks he's gonna free bet deck, but I personally wouldn't free bet deck. That's what I'm saying. Even if I think the person is playing.
What's David's plan on the river?
Well,
It's called with the 9. Oh, that's grim.
wow.
What a river card for David Ledden.
That is ridiculous, Tower. And to be fair, now he snags it, he might actually go for the lead because Brendan shouldn't have any 9x other than, like, no, he can't have 9x. He's called the free bet. So Brendan actually can't have 9x here. So therefore, like, even 8-9 suited, 10-9 suited, they're not going to call at this stage. So therefore, he's probably going to check back a lot of his range on the river as Brendan. So we're going to take this away from him as David Ledden decides to donk jam the 9, just sort of realising this is a river card that's going to be checked back heavily from Brendan. So taking it away from him. And now Brendan in a real grim spot with the Jack 10. And this is really strange because where is David going to find bluffs from? What hand wants to call twice, check call, and now wants to donk shove the river? Like, with no backdoor flush draw present? You're really stretching, Tower, because, like, if David has free bet something like ace 10, he never donk jams. If he's somehow got like a Jack 8 suited, sort of the pair up and down, pair gut shot, he never jams river, because we still beat some like King Jack suited, some King Queen suited, some Ace Jack suited, some viable bluffs for Brendan. So where on earth is David meant to get a bluff from? But now let's flip it the other way. Where's his value coming from, Tower? Like, what 9x is going to call twice? Jack 9 suited, Queen 9 suited potentially, but you're not going to assign him 9-4 off, that's for sure.
No, not at all.
So it's really strange spot for David here, because it's you struggle to assign bluffs, but you also struggle to assign value as well. Like, would David really check call and overpair and now want to donk jam river? I don't think so. Would he want to check call ace 10 donk jam river? I don't think so. So he's basically saying he's got a 9, but the 9x that get here, I guess, are the ones with the straight draws with no backdoor flush draw present. So Jack 9, Queen 9, these type of holdings. I'd never give him 9-4 off. Like, I expect the 9x with no redraw to just fold turn if I'm sat there as Brendan. So it's a really weird spot for him.
And he's time banked himself into the break.
Queen Jack, we have a Jack. That could actually work. Queen Jack may make sense. Someone in the chat saying Queen Jack potentially. Yeah, I could see it. That actually could make a bit of sense for David. Flop the nuts, check call. Doesn't want him to check back this 9 river. But Brendan has a key blocker to that, obviously. We have a Jack in hand, removal to some Queen Jack.
Last time bank. Into the break. We are. What a last stand of the session. Brendan McManus, it's all of it to call.
I don't think he's going to call Tower. I feel like.
He's made the call
He's
to see the bad news that he has just been rivered. Brendan McManus. Just finishing in 7th place for £13,840, and it's time to take breath from that hand.
You could have run through all the guesses of David's hand. It would have taken a while to get to what he actually had, Tower. The old 9-4 razzled him from the big blinds. And as we said, I think lead on the river's really good from David. I personally would have folded turn against Brendan, but once we do call turn and we ping that 9, I feel like we have to lead, whether it be all in or a different size. Yeah. It's just one of these rivers Brendan's going to check back high frequency.
We'll see you back in 13 in a little bit minutes with 6 players. Brendan just been eliminated in a bit of a whopper. See ya soon. So King 7 for John. Do we open more or less everything, or just at least see a flop?
Well, we can limp with some traps as Ravi's
Oh,
done
what's
here,
happening?
and the trap has worked.
Wow, well done, Ravi.
Jean Zhuang just shoves the King 7 for 18 big blinds. Effective. Ravi calls with the ace 9. He was trapping.
So Ravi with the ace 9, perfect. Ace 7 deuce doesn't change anything. King or a 7 still needed for Jun Shan to be champ.
Still got backdoor spades working as well. But Ravi looking like a double. Oh no!
7 on the turn!
7
Oh,
on
champion,
the
baby.
turn!
Oi, oi, oi. Fading an ace. Oh, he done it! He done it! Got him done the ace on the river!
How?
How's he managed that?
How does that even happen? How does he come a 7 on the turn and an ace on the river? What on earth was that? Ravi Chef.
Whoa!
Tao was thinking about the Super Bowl.
How was that?
I'm thinking about Mistara Brahman.
Oh my word!
And next thing you know,
The 7 on the turn!
run like Ravi indeed. It looked over on that turn card. And the ace spikes the river. 2 outer for Ravi Chef. 95% of the time, Zhong Julian is a champion after that turn. But we continue.
Evesham. I just know that Worcestershire's down the M5.
Tom Clack with the gun open. Oh wow, Mad Turk, Ace King here in the hijack, and it's gone open from Tom Clack. Mad Turk with the Ace King here. Like, I'm probably just going to 4-bet. Don't need to go too large. And there it is from Usel. Makes it 130k. And you're not going to be folding when Adam 5-bet rips here. Not putting in this amount of our stack to let it go as Usel. So we're going to have a huge one here, Tower.
So here we go.
And there's the all in, and I don't see how the Mad Turk gets away from this once he makes it 130. I'm going to use a few time banks, but we put in a decent proportion of our stack here, Tower. We're getting 207k to win 572. So we're getting like 2.7 to 1 on a call here as you sell. So we're going to need about 28% equity. So if Adam actually showed us his hand, like, we'd still have to call. It says 18%, but that is accounting for an ace in the muck. But the Mad Turk is going to save some chips and potentially save his tournament. You sell him an Oglu, getting away from the Ace King.
Good fold.
Nice laydown
Yep.
from the Mad Turk. I thought he was done for, Tower, after he put in that proportion of his stack, but finds a way to get away. To see. Haven't seen him much today. Aces. Opens in the hijack.
The old boots.
Sam calls small blind. And he's in on the button. Neil with 9-6 of spades. Defence.
Top pair for Sam. Middle pair for Andy Bradshaw.
Yeah, no checking 4-way for you in here. Feel like just always betting. Heads up, maybe one we can check ace of diamonds, but as soon as we go multi-way, always continuing here with the boots.
Andy Bradshaw calls.
Continues for third. Andy calls with his 5. Sam should be overcalling here, getting 5 to 1 with the 10. Gonna go for the old raise. I feel like in this spot, when you once again bets into Phil Tower, I say it a lot when we go 4 or 5 way, the players with ace king, ace queen, like the high cards, don't tend to see bet into 3 or 4 players. So as soon as they do continue, like, they're more weighted towards a hand, whether it be 6s through 9s, whether it be 10x, whether it be an overpair. And obviously against all the 10x that you and opens, other than a couple of combos and the overpairs, we're just toast here with Sam. So may have just gone for.
Apart from here, like there's just a patch here.
Yeah.
So it looked like okay, and then it just too patchy and disgusting.
I said.
Did nobody hear me?
Is this thing on? Hello. Hear it up in the room. That's it. Oh, shit. Imagine this traveled to the speakers in the rooms at the fire alarm.
Into the hell, into their rooms, and they're getting woken up by it.
Yep.
Prepare your decks. So is the stream on now?
Yeah.
Oh. It's like pushing. Like it's raising it. It's okay.
Welcome back on. I'm going to restart of 100,000, 200,000, 200,000. Please begin to deal.
Let's do it again. Is it the last session?
It should be. We'd be very unlucky if it wasn't. 200k, 300k, 400k, 600k would be the last level
Yeah.
of the session. So that would leave 30 bigs in play. So I'd be surprised if we were still here. Getting to the next break at midnight. See how we fare. Bryce was in a rush for his break and
Yep.
comes back and straight away 5 bigs in the cut-off, finds King Queen.
And in there goes the triangle. King Deuce in the bin.
Oh, and Marius, couple of 9s.
In we go. Now we're down to 4. Oh, does Bryce get a double to 2 mil? And 10 bigs. Jack, 6, 3. Clubs, back doors. 10 of clubs would be nice.
Or just king or a queen.
Well, yeah, I don't mind it. Give us a set with the 10 of clubs.
Thank you.
That's no good for us. So Bryce down to a 6 outer here. Needs a king or a queen.
And it's not another jack. So well played, sir. Well played, Bryce. £13,460.
You just run them and see if they like it, and if you pay no, say no. Can we look at them? Then have a look and then we can make a decision. I won't hold you. I won't hold anyone against you, trust me.
So, oh, what's happening here? They're chatting a deal. The clock's paused. What's that? Well,
7,425,000.
so Kyle has been asked to count the stacks. Perfect from Kyle. Nobody else around. Absolutely perfect. Loving it. They're all sat in the chairs. Love that as well. They're not wandering round and gone off aimlessly. Love it.
Why'd you say something? Carl's disappeared now.
Well, obviously Kyle's gone to the ICM,
Yeah.
the ICM calculator.
Used to be a guy years ago. I remember watching EPTs, 2010s, 2011. Someone helped me out in the chat. Russian guy that used to claim that he could do the ICM calculation in his head, or like get it within
Hey?
like but
Really?
like X about there was like an EPT final table probably about
Victor's not here.
15 years ago. Some Russian lad, I think he was Russian, and he was like, I can just figure it out in my head, guys, and weren't too far off the actual legit numbers.
So they're just moving round to 2-4-6-8. Bit of Tom Robinson going on. I don't know if that was just checking this. So Kyle's there. They've just moved them round. They're just asking.
I'll just pass it around, everyone can have a look
Yep.
and then...
So your player 2 minus,
Are you leaving what? 10% what's left?
yeah.
What is that?
So 126,000 left, so
16 bags.
12 and
Oh,
a
bag,
bit,
yeah.
So I think they're just passing the numbers round on the phone. Kyle's come back with the ICM calculator.
And you're playing for 12, is that right? Which is 44 credit.
Sorry?
Which is 44 grand.
It's 47 up top now. Yeah.
So the players are just sat around. The deal has been passed around the phone. Absolutely perfect. Love it. Love how the players have not just all disappeared and decided that it's a toilet break. Kyle, the TD of the mini, has passed them the phone. See, this is how deals should be done.
Yeah.
Sit round the table. Don't wander off. Don't go for a toilet break. Don't go for a coffee. One player, one floor staff inch. This is perfect. And now they're just chatting amongst themselves whether they want a deal. I don't know how long they've got. Ah, that's the... Oh, we've got the deals. Player 1. So that must... in seat number 2, I'm guessing. That's seat number 2. That's old Joe. We'll get 26. Player 2 is Marius on 4.7. That's 29. Phil will get 31. 31 seems small.
ICM always favouring the short stacks.
And then 26,000 for 2.9 and less than 10 bigs. I honestly.
Doesn't on first glance doesn't look a good deal for Phil, does it? When you look at second place money, 34,730.
Yeah.
So if Phil does come second or better, he's going to get more than his suggested number from the ICM calculator.
Right now, if you ended it, then he would get
So if you end it right now, you get the trophy who's chip leader. That's Phil Tate. If you leave 12,600, you carry on.
So what happens if they end it right now? Who gets the 12,600
No, the money would then be
distributed?
distributed around. But that's what it is if it's calculated with 10% to play for. So that's the deal they're looking at.
Phil's number does seem small.
It does.
It does seem small, even with ICM. It does seem.
That massively favours. I know it's to be fair, it's 18 for fourth. 18,540.
You send, yeah, show me what it's like without.
But that would end it right now.
Yeah, show us what that looks like.
Who's the player that's
honestly.
getting it? It's Boss! Get out of the way!
124.
So, we'll see what they say, but that's the.
All the money's there. I've just added it up. Everything adds up to what's left in the prize pool. I
You
literally
did
just.
the math. You didn't get a calculator.
Because I
out.
know I was just checking it was all right. I didn't add up the last digits. Just like 31 plus 29 plus 26 plus so what's left in the prize pool. But on first glance, I actually agree with someone in the chat. It does look like Phil's numbers a bit low. I'm trying to figure out why.
I don't actually know. Honestly.
So you got 2.7 chips on second in play.
Yeah, this is ending it right now.
I do not know.
We'll leave the pictures running.
Yep.
Let's see what is occurring.
So just waiting. That's what it is if the money's taken out and they stop it now. So that's what Kyle's shown them all on the calculator, the ICM. So 36, 32, 28 and 28. So it goes from 18 to 28 to play 4.
So what I want to know, how does Phil make an extra 5k from that 12.6k left over? That's what I'm confused about. May just be the nuances of ICM, but
Yeah.
the first like that looks a lot more realistic.
Yep. Well, we'll just wait for the players.
Sorry? So that's with the 10% right now.
I know what my opinion, my decision is. Okay. Can I just confirm that those 10 banks there are yours? Yeah? They are. Yeah. So that means these will be Marius's, these will be Phil's, and these will be. Only one option. I don't be happy with.
So they're still chatting, gives us time to look at what's happening with the main event this week. Rest of it. It is Thursday, I think, tomorrow. You know, this started Tuesday.
We'll figure it out.
Completely put us off.
Eventually, we'll be back in the loop. 112 in the high roller. Still a couple of hours to get into that tonight, and then obviously you can buy them for day 2 tomorrow.
How
So
many left in?
we have 30. No, that is the re-entries. 60 players left in. Double the 30.
How many levels they got left?
They have got 2 more levels left.
That's going to be enormous
Yeah.
tomorrow.
It could-
That might need a day 3.
I think, like I said, it might even be a record breaker, the high roller. It could
That
potentially
might need
be.
a day 3.
Everyone is here, yeah.
Yeah.
You got your Brahmas, you got your Statos, you got your Middies,
You got the Turk.
you got the Turk. Everyone
We might
is
need
here.
a day 3.
We might. We'll see how things go. Like, I honestly think if tomorrow, say we hit the final table at 10:30, 11, something like that. They may even say, come back tomorrow, lads,
Yeah.
and we'll chuck the final on as a day 3.
Yeah, because obviously tomorrow, as you can see there, we start at 1:20 p.m. Jay gets an extra hour in bed. He rang Jim. He went, Jim, we need at least one day.
Can you remember how many the high roller at Goliath got?
Obviously.
Because I remember us finishing about 3 in the morning that day. Because that's obviously the one to look at, because it's the same structure, very similar structure.
Yeah.
That was our record-breaking high roller Goliath last year. So depending, I think it got about 150. So this one's probably going to get about 140. So I think we'll be able to squeeze it in tomorrow.
Okay.
Unless 20 new people turn up tomorrow to buy in.
Right.
Like, not people who have already played, new faces. But we will see. We'll find out what that number was at the Goliath last year.
201.
Oh, 201. There we go. That's why we finished at 3 in the morning.
201?
Yeah, that's why we finished.
We're not
at 3 in the
beating that
morning.
tomorrow.
So yeah, we'll be fine tomorrow. We'll knock it out.
So Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, that's what to get your teeth into. If you want to play some of the side events that's not connected to the big one, you've got the seniors on the Sunday, you've got the turbo closer that starts at 3 o'clock, and don't forget the online closer as well on Monday and Tuesday, the 3rd and 4th of March. Plenty to get involved with. They're still chatting. They're still having a chinwag, and we'll see what's occurring. They're just off having a quick chat to see what is happening with the deal. All the numbers have been given. This was what we're going to get. One. This is what we're going to get the other way. What do you say we do? We'll see what happens. But I don't know how long they give them. That's the only thing. Is we don't know exactly how long they give them. So, fire questions at us, people. Fire questions at us.
They could have done this in the break. It'd take about 15 minutes. Done it in the break. We come back. Bish bash bosh. Off we go again.
Yeah, but Bryce was still in.
Very good point. He busted first hand, didn't he? He busted first hand when we got back. That's why the negotiation. All right. You shut me up. Well done. Bryce was still in.
Shut it, neck
It's
in.
been that long, the negotiations. I forgot Bryce had busted.
Wind your neck in.
Yeah, I can't. I'm like this at the moment.
Before certainly
To be
like that.
fair, you're actually all right. My right side's not as bad. This side's actually the worst side. So
Have we got the Pompous Summerfest schedule? No. It's February, man. It's February. It's not until June. That's happening this February. There's nothing more this February.
that is the UKPL
That's the normal one.
normal.
Yeah, and then the
There's the MPL. Look at all these things we can show them. That's where we're off to. GUKPTs.
Leeds has changed. We'll change the dates on that because Leeds has changed till the week before. It's going to be the 8th till the 19th. 8th till the 18th. 8th till the 18th. We'll change that.
Taylor Swift again.
Well,
Is that same as last year?
something like that. Absolutely, something like that. But the big one in Glasgow is on its way. We can't wait for that. I'm really looking forward to that. I think they're coming back. Are they coming back? I've not heard anything yet.
We got them. Favourite flavour of crisps? What, Walkers or Pringles or Sensations? Prawn cocktail Pringles are probably my favourite. I don't actually eat many crisps, but when it's Christmas time,
Seabrook's prawn cocktail of mine. Followed by some of the new varieties that you do seem to get now from the deluxe select in Aldi.
oh,
Very nice. They did some pigs in blankets one over the Christmas period. They were nice.
did they?
But I must admit, I do like a prawn cocktail Pringle myself. Crisp wise, it has to be salt and vinegar crisps, thick sliced bread, proper butter, squashed together, slab of cheese.
Sounds healthy.
Yep. I didn't. Well, there was no mention of healthiness in the chat. You gotta have a chunk of cheese with a crisp sandwich. So no deal. That is what was proposed. No deal, and we can't discuss another deal until we lose another player.
They're not having 15 minutes though next time. Tower will be out there. If we lose one and they say, do you want to look at numbers, I'm sending him
I
out.
think what they should get is 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes the clock starts.
Yeah.
That's what they should do. Gary McGaffney's in the chat. Oi, oi, Gazza.
How you doing, Gary? Phil, after betting flop, mate, feel obliged to bet here now, just playing the board, and looks like a chunky old bet as well. And just a snap fold from the king from Dan against pot size. Larry and Tango, no cash game stream tonight, unfortunately. To be fair, we're playing for 47 bag here in the mini, so
For a 300 banging.
I doubt we would have seen a pot that size on the cash game stream.
Yeah, we're getting the Summerfest schedule. April, May. I reckon it's going to be April time. What we got in April, Jay? The Irish Open.
Yeah, Irish Open.
I don't think we'll announce it at the Irish Open though.
Probably not.
Early May is GUKPT Luton. That's when we'll announce it. If not before. Last week in April, first week in May, it is Luton.
Oh, not again, Gary. Mitch got so unlucky in LA, had aces and was called off by kings. The guy hit his king.
Oh no.
Oh wow, he had that against Scott as well. Had aces against kings. Guy hit his king. 10 left in Luton 2 years ago. Aces versus kings of Tom Hall. Tom Hall hit his king. Mitch doesn't run the best. I tell you that. Sick run from him still, but always speak about these live expectation, and it's a
Is he
funny
out
old
now?
thing. Yeah, he's out.
Is
He
he?
was finished yesterday, but
All right.
finished in 10th yesterday. Always speak about this sort of live expectation stuff, and like in a lifetime live poker, like you may just be that guy that runs on the bottom of barrel variance. You may be winning in the long run, but you may keep getting your aces in against kings, and they keep finding that 1 in 5 shot in the key spots. Had the sick one against Tom Hall at Luton a few years back, maybe like a year and a half ago, for all the chips, literally all the chips, 10 left, aces versus kings. You know what's coming. Some people just bless tower, and some are not. So Dan open shoving here from gun. Marius ace 3 off. Thought about it, but never going to get to call that one, and Phil with a queen 9 should be hitting the muck too.
There's the prize money we're playing for. Deal looked at, no deal struck. Can't do another deal talk until there is one person less at the table, whoever it may be. So we're on 4. In the last 10 minutes we tried to strike a deal. There was the old inevitable no deal.
We're not having a cash game stream this evening, Liam, unfortunately.
Nope, unfortunately not. Couple pulled out and that was it. We have a great substitution in the mini final, which would have been streamed in other clubs anyway. But as we know, sometimes in COV they do like to stick on a string of the cash because there are certain players that generate a lot of action and a lot of fun.
Yeah, nice little take here from Joe, ace-5 suited. Sends it in for 12.5. I doubt we're going to see Marius call this off. Let's see. Cheers, Kev. I'm going to get my head down. See you tomorrow. Usual spot at the bar in Cov. I look forward to coming down that escalator, Kev, and seeing you there.
See you tomorrow, Kev. Safe trip up, pal. And we'll see you at the bar. Kev's spot will be ready. So we're blind at 200. Average stack just over 20 odd bigs. Still decent amount to play.
Down with the ace jack. All in. Over Phil takes open. You never know with Phil. If he feels it, he'll go with it, regardless of the holding. We've seen it a couple of times already. Calling off with the big stack at the FT. Does decide to fold. And then Big Jimmy, evening guys, great comp, this really enjoyed it. Gutted I can't be up for the rest of the week. Big Jimmy didn't come say hello.
No, he said.
He told us he'd come and say hello.
He did. Never nipped in. You know why that is though, don't you?
What's that?
His name's Paul and he's 5'6".
Yeah. Oh, don't tell me that, Gary. It's only a 40-minute flight as well. Chick-fil-A's opened in Northern Ireland now.
In Northern Ireland?
I'd literally, because it's only I'd fly over just to get a Chick-fil-A.
You'll be in Vegas before Northern Ireland, ever. All for the rest of life.
I've never been Northern Ireland.
No, me neither. Must admit, me neither.
Soon, I don't need to. There you go. Soon opening in London, Leeds, and Liverpool.
No way. Oh, you'll be getting taxis there
Yeah,
and
I will,
everything
I will.
at 2 o'clock in the morning. What happens to the second city?
Second city?
Yeah,
Where's that?
Birmingham.
Oh,
It's commonly known as the second city.
is it really?
Yeah. It's the second biggest city in the country.
Surely Manchester's bigger.
No. Birmingham is England's second city.
Jimmy had to go after he bust out. I'll see you at the next one. Hold on, I never understand this when people say this. When they say, I didn't say hello because I had to go when I bust. What if you didn't bust? Would you have gone?
True.
Would you have left? You were planning to be here all day for the tournament. Surely you could have spared 5 minutes to come and say hello.
You know where we are. We don't bite. Unless it's into a donut.
Joe's raised a third of his stack yet. He's just going to get it through. No one tangling.
Jay's alright. Jay's got a litre of Chick-fil-A sauce at home somewhere.
That's gone. Finished.
What?
Done.
No, it hasn't.
Yeah, it's gone.
No way have you done a litre of Chick-fil-A sauce.
It weren't a litre. It was 500 ml.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. You show it on live stream. It's gone.
It goes like, it does go with anything. This is the problem because like you put a pizza in the oven, Chick-fil-A sauce, dip it in on the side. You have a toasty,
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A sauce to dip your toasty in.
Okay.
You have chicken, Chick-fil-A sauce.
Obviously. So we are on 4.
Which PLO event are you looking forward to at the WSOP this year, Jay? Asked Peter King. To be fair, Peter, I haven't even looked at the schedule. I obviously play the 10K Championship. I play that every year now. I wanted to play the 25K PLO last year, and I was planning on playing it, but I had a disastrous 3-4 months leading up to Vegas, so didn't end up playing the the 25k, but maybe if we have a good couple of months leading up to it this year, we might flick in the old 25k PLO. But definitely play the 10k championship. We'll definitely play like loads of 3ks, 5ks, like around the win, WSOP, Venetian, wherever it will be. But I'd love to play the 25 this year, but depends on a few things. We run good up into Vegas, and might just be in the mix.
Dan says I'm all in. So 12, and it's good. I've still not seen the schedule apart from the new event, which is a great idea. I have to admit that's a great idea.
Yeah, it is, and I love the start times as well.
If you've not seen Gary, on the 22nd of June, day 1A, it's a $1,000 bracelet event. Day 1A starts at 10 AM, it's for the over 50s. Day 1B starts at 4 PM the same day, it's for the under 50s. And day 2, the day after, is for everybody who makes it down to the final 15% of their flight. So that's the new one. If you check out the schedule for the World Series,
Yeah, that's a really good change, Gary. Someone told me about that earlier. The double board now just being specifically Omaha, no Hold'em. Last year it was a round of each, so obviously people involved weren't really a fan of the Hold'em that predominantly play PLO. Marius here, straight flush draw with the Queen of Diamonds working. Definitely bluff here as Marius with the Queen 5, Queen of Diamonds. Wouldn't have worked versus the straight, but just looking at our combo, could have been a good one to dislodge some ace high, king high, some one pair. Well timed check because now Phil getting to bet himself. There's the fold from Marius. I'll tell you what I'm not looking forward to though, Peter King, and that's the main event. Just the WSOP main event. Hate that tournament. Just can't cash it. Whatever I do, I cannot cash that tournament.
what do you think
out.
of Elmeth's outburst?
I don't think I've seen it. Which one?
The one where he's saying, "No, I'm not playing it because it's too long, and it's too much of an endurance test because I'm 60."
Oh, I don't think I've seen
Oh, you
that.
need to watch it.
Oh, okay. He's not playing it this year?
No. And he's made a massive 10-minute video about why it's an endurance test and why nobody old can win it anymore, even though John S finished 4th 3 years ago. You know what I mean?
What about Cliff Josephine? Wasn't he third a few years ago as well?
But Phil Elmeth has come out and he said it's too much of an endurance test. The days are too long, and old people can't win it, so he's not playing it.
I haven't seen that. Are you talking about Helmuth or me, Rosser?
He says 5 2-hour levels and the breaks. It's too long a day. It's too much of an endurance test. Even though you don't play for the whole 13 days or whatever it is, you play day 1A, you don't play for another 4 days.
Yeah, play day 2. If you don't play day 2C, you play, get a day off. It's only technically 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then you get the break for the final. So you got 5 days in a row. That's what you actually play. with no breaks.
It's a weird one. And a lot of people respect who he is and watch him for what he's done in poker. So to give it such a negative press in my eyes is a little bit wrong for me.
Yeah, but how many people are going to actually sit there and go, oh, Helmut's right, I'm not going to play it this year? I don't think there's going to be many
There
that...
might be somebody that sits there on the cusp of it and says, I might play it this year. The first time I play him, shall I get there? Oh, Elmer said it's pointless.
Yep. He's 10 open for Marius. Joe defending the Jack 8 suited.
Oh yeah, you know, and you were on the.
He's King 4.
And I was on
2 clubs.
Yeah, we won the same. In the same, we won the final together.
And just a check bet fold.
Yep, Gary's a bit late to the party with the Irish Open schedule. Irish Open schedule came out 6 weeks ago. The Irish Open. Are you going over, Gary? Are you bringing back the teas? No, didn't hear me. Are you going over? €250 mini main. Million guarantee. Not bad. Let us know if you do. Well, I might just see you there, Gary. For the whole 12 days.
King 9-4. Nine on the turn. I like Marius. Definitely probe the sixes now. Would have shoved this pre as Marius, just catching up with the action that occurred pre-flop. We got a pair, pocket sixes, four-handed, facing the chip leader open. Probably would have sent these, but now we get here. Phil getting there on the 10 river. We'll have to go for some value if check 2, as played. Doesn't value bet the 10 here as Phil. Surprised to see it.
Gary says, did Joe Indra come second in the LA? Didn't he win in 888 last year? That was 3 years ago, Gary.
It was
2022.
That's mad, ain't it? That is crazy stuff.
2022 when Joe Indra was on some form.
He went back to backers, didn't he?
Yeah, in London. 2022, that mate. I know you sleep quite a lot, but
I can't wait for the Irish Open either. Absolutely insane schedule.
Yep.
Like all price points as well.
and I'll probably see you there somewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. I know what will be happening. I'll be hungover from the day before. I'll be sitting down. I'm bagging my chips day 2. And next thing you know, a microphone just comes over my shoulder, pokes me in the head. I'm thinking, oh no. And here we go. Joe with the Jack 10. All in.
Here we go.
Runs into the ladies of Marius. Going to do well to get out of this one.
Does he do it or not? Here we go. Flop time.
Well,
King 8-9. Open ender.
never is it easy.
Sevens and queens working. That's what we need. The 7 or a queen. Or Joe is going to be eliminated in 4th place. And it's a 10. He hit the 10, but unfortunately, he has just been taken out. £18,540. Joe Phillips. Dan Foskett fist pumps his mates and high fives everybody at the table because he just made another £7,000 at least.
Yeah, outright short stack now is Dan as well. Sort of freedom to do what he wants to try and find a spot for his double. Gary's in Bratislava this weekend for the amazing Polish Poker Cup. £116 buy-in with a 300k guarantee. So
Wow.
you're needing 3,000 entries there. That must be huge, Gary. I know it's not allowed in Poland, so they have to have it elsewhere in different countries. That might be why it's so big, but
In Bratislava.
they'll do well to hit that guarantee. 116 buy-in, 300k guarantee. The Polish Poker Cup.
There you go. And Gary says flights are only £30 return from Dublin. That's if you don't go with a suitcase. It's hard to go for 12 days without any clothes. You'd be at pennies every day.
Dan, 9-5 of club, shoves blind on blind. Pretty easy call for Marius with the King Jack. Call he does.
Here we go again. Dan with a 9-5. What kind of tattoo's that on his thigh? Maybe that's why he's wearing the shorts. Dan Foskett, all in, needed a 9 or a 5, all with heads up.
Up and down.
Or a 6.
Or a jack.
Here we go. A 5, a 6 or a jack. And it's not, it's a 2. Dan Foskett survived about 7 all-ins.
He did. He'll be happy with that because
High five in everybody.
he could have been out
Well
early
done, Marius.
doors.
Well done, Philly says for £25,390. Well done, sir. Which means we're heads up.
10-minute break, guys. Quick 10 minutes. Going to be back at 5 to 11 with the heads up between Marius and Phil Tate. So we'll see you shortly. Pictures we'll leave on. We'll see you in 10.
Will we?
I don't know. We usually do for heads up, don't we? Or is that when it's like 5 minutes?
Nah, we'll stick
We'll
a
put,
break
we'll
up.
put a break clip on.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Heads up. See you soon.
Like heads up, slightly different. Like then maybe we can start raising some top pairs for value against the late position open. Mr. Bradshaw in with the overcall as well, looking to snag 2 pair or trips on the turn.
Jack of diamonds. The diamond draw's no good. The Brothers.
Yeah, but Sam, this is kind of interesting now. This is an
Turn 2.
intriguing spot. We now turn top 2, but after this action occurring on the flop, you've got to be wary that at least Andy has a flush here once he calls and then overcalls the raise. Like, I'm going to be really worried about this Andy Bradshaw range. I know we can see he's up to no good with 8-5 off, but it's kind of intriguing. So Sam continues for 5k. Ewan makes the call, and Andy now says, I'm all in, and oh my word, he's turned it into a bluff. He has turned it into a bluff, and the way he slammed his chips in there, you just think he's strong, right, Tower?
That's what you'd expect. That's the way he wants you to believe
Is
it.
he going for the old reverse tell? Like the old, I don't care, have me chips usually means that someone's strong, but Andy Bradshaw throwing in the old reverse tell here, drinks the water as well. Acting as comfortable as can be now. And what you do is Sam, because we still got Ewan behind us who still can have flushes as well. The ace-X of diamonds, all in Ewan's range. King, Queen of diamonds, King, 9 of diamonds, all still there. And now Sam, this is gross with the Jack 10.
Johnny ever.
With everything Andy's giving off Tower, I like. He may sell the reverse tell here. He actually may. He may just let this go, Sam. I think this guy, what is he supposed to have? He's called Ewan C-bet. We've then raised. Ewan's called, and he overcalls. Like it looks like a flush, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
This is going to be fun.
If Sam calls us, you will get out of the way.
No, Ewan don't fold his hand, but this is what I'm saying. It's going to work out. Look, now Ewan with aces, ace of diamonds, just not going to fold, right? Getting this price.
Nope.
Even Vandy, I know Vandy got the flush. We've only got 12.7 back. Okay, so we're not actually calling to win 40. Let me figure this out. So difference of 3.5 in stacks. So there's 36.7 to win for Ewan. So he's actually getting 3 to 1. So he needs 25% equity. And assuming we can hit 9 diamonds here. Well, let's say we can hit 7 diamonds because Andy's repping a flush, 2.5% with 1 card to come. So we're actually getting like 18-19% against a flush here as Ewan. So we're actually not getting the correct price. But then what we do, we start scattering in maybe some 2 pairs. If Andy has Jack 10 himself, we're then getting the right price because we got counter fill outs. So there you go. He does let it go.
He's going to turn them over.
Bradshaw.
Show the table. Go on, brothers. Show him. Yeah!
What a move.
Brothers.
What a move from Andy Bradshaw. I'm surprised Ewan's fold getting that price, Hotel, because if Andy's got Jack 10 in there as well, we give him all the combos of Jack 10, 9 left. Yeah, Jack and 10 on board. If we give him 9 combos of Jack 10 as well, when we've got the counterfeit outs and the chance to hit an ace, we've now actually got 15 outs to hit, assuming 7 diamonds we can hit as well. So then we're actually getting like 30, 33, 34% when he has that hand. Wow. So maybe it's like close to break even there, but I would have probably flicked it in aces, ace of diamonds. Takes a... But I guess Ewan just thinks like I do. He sold the reverse tell to me. I could see his card and I thought we had a flush. He sold it to me in the booth. He was doing all the things that someone does usually when they've got a monster. But he's a smart old man, is Andy, and he's obviously sold that to the table. And it's worked. Big slick for Ivy. Yeah, again.
Yep. Nice to look down at.
Tim with the 9-5 of spades.
There's me thinking hand was over. But big blind Tim decides to hit the 9 on the turn.
Just bangs the 9 off. What has happened here? Just expect to see a defend. Next thing you know, it's all in and a call. And Tim going to double up through Ivy to 1.9 million. 9-5 of spades.
Just a wild shove on the big blind after an open from Ivy. Wow.
Yeah, that can't be good, Tower. Like, Tim's a very good player, we know that, but I've no idea what the hell was going on with that hand. That seems... Wine o'clock, says Oakers. Good shout, actually. When, you know, wine o'clock. That is a good shout. He has been on the old red wine all day. Maybe it was a bit of a little... I don't know. I have no idea.
You just think open from Ivy and he's over.
Well, I thought he was going to defend. I looked up, thought he was going to defend, and next thing you know, he's all in.
Yeah, the old Dolly Parton, working wonders.
Yeah. What's happened?
Yeah.
I've seen the screenshot of the message. I'm not going to say who it's from, but Tim's got too many friends that obviously have too much money. But Tim gets a message about 7 o'clock saying that if he goes all in on the final table with specifically 9-5 suited, that his mate would give him £3,000. And Tim was like, okay. He said, are you sure? Are you serious? And his mate was like, yeah, I'm literally going to give you £3,000. He's obviously got too money. So Tim got that text. An hour and a half later, he gets dealt 9-5 of spades. Ivy opens the cut-off. He looks down, 20 bigs in the big blind. I'm all in, make £3,000. But then again, he also won the all-in against Ace-King. Double whammy. So that's what's happened. And I've seen the message. It's true. I saw the screenshot. That was way before the 9 of 5 spades hand. And basically, someone...
Oh, wow.
Literally, someone's given him £3,000 to shove 9-5 suited on the final table.
Wow.
And that was that. And I can confirm it is true. Seen the screenshot, and it was an hour and a half before the 9-5 a spades hand happened. You can just tell he understands like how the ranges change and when we get to lead, when we don't get to lead. And I've been thoroughly impressed with Jean Jouin. And not only does he have that tower, he has something that not a lot of people have, and that is the capability to run it when you're playing for tens of thousands of pounds. We saw the huge check raise, 140% all in turn yesterday with 2 tables left. So he's got that move in the locker as well. So that is a dangerous opponent. Someone that has a great fundamental baseline, but...
Guys, I will adjust those prizes for you. Blinds are restarting 100,000, 250,000, no ante. Whenever Marius is ready.
Ale że my i tak sobie damy nawzajem. Jeśli on przegramy, to ja im daję. Żeby mieć 41 każdy. Takiego. Ale on po prostu chce grać. Nie chce tylko tego chce grać. Po prostu gramy o
Michael, remember the mini in Leeds?
Here we go.
It was a weird, it was a similar, it was the night before, but it was...
Here we go. Marius, check on the left. Phil Tate on the right.
Let's gamble!
Let's gamble, says Marius. So, heads up, Marius check and Phil Tate. 45,000 and change. 47,370 pounds to 34,730. Here's 7 for Phil. Let's see, a flop. 10-9 flop, 10-9 deuce. That's 350 and a fold. Going to be a long one, this one, I reckon.
Phil, how many bullets?
So, second hand in. Ace jack for Phil. Ace jack for Phil. So ace jack raising up. Phil Tate on the right. Marius check.
Neck and neck.
Excuse me. Let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. If Marius wins it, I'm asking who he plays darts for.
It does look like a proper nice darts jersey, don't it? What would his nickname be? It would have to be something. Surname check, something money. Marius the Money Man check. There you go. As in cash check. Play on words.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm here all week. Might even be a darts jersey. You never know. Might throw an arrow or two.
These chips are exactly level. Heads up for the title of the minute. 912 runners. Incredible turnout. So down to the final two. 47 and 34.
Yeah, it could be a decent pot here. Middle pair, nut kicker, ace of clubs to go alongside it. Against the flush draw of Marius. Oh. Flush draw turns into a gut shot flush draw. Phil slams the anchors on with his ace 10, and I feel like we've got to bluff this one tower. The 6-5 of clubs, 6 high. Just fold out some ace highs, anything that we get a fold from. It's going to be good for us. And did he just say I'm all in? This could be it. This could be it. No, Phil doesn't even think too long, tower. That is a huge jam from Marius. Difficult to call that amount. Obviously, as Phil about 40, at least have a little mull up. Think about it.
Decided against it.
250,000.
Every hand, what the heck? Pass. Wow, wow, why you pass? So now,
Okay. Take it down, Phil, says Dale Wilson. KI flop, King 6-2. There's the 2 on the turn.
Not much going on for either here, so both just elected to check it down, and we'll chop it up if we get there. Any sort of bluffs here, try and get our opponent off a chop. There it is. How about it all? How about it all?
Nice one, Manius.
And said that Phil was the jammer there. It was actually Marius. The stack's going to be out. They're going to just switch like 4 big blinds. Marius should have 44. Phil should have 29. Necessarily need to play every hand heads up. 7 deuce going to qualify on this occasion for Phil. Probably going to go Phil takes weight. He's probably going to see bet small. Actually went for a more meaty size, 60%. Hand over. Well, I don't think that's a dart shirt, Tower, but it could be a bowling shirt, perhaps, for Marion. As I just saw him stand up to get his drink. Looks like a man that could bowl. Probably wouldn't need the sides up like myself. Just going to walk Phil with a 7-3.
Huh? Yeah, I have a reason I want it as well.
Phil with the Jack 9 Seward. Mine's at 250.
Raise 700,000. All in.
Yeah, Marius just playing power poker. Lots of all in for lots of chips.
I need that trophy badly.
Mine's 250. Then the 300, then the 400 level.
Cool.
Marius with King Deuce.
700,000.
Makes it up. Phil with the ace raises to 700. Marius says, go on then. I'm guessing he's always intending calling a raise. So why
Yeah,
not
yeah.
raise anyway?
What, with the King Deuce suited? Because then if we raise King Deuce suited and we get free bet, we're now playing a bigger pot with a hand that could potentially be dominated.
Well, potentially Phil could have folded.
Heads up though, he's only probably folding like 10% in the big blind tower, and the hands that are going to fold are just going to be like that 8-3, the 9 deuce, the 7 deuce, all this type of stuff. Oh, this is pretty ill. Straight beat straight. Shouldn't go broke working with 5 SPR on the turn, but probably will pay 2 streets here as Phil.
Back to 250.
250 from Marius, nice and small, trying to potentially get some value from some one pair stuff, some spade draws, even some maybe some ace highs against that size. I'm not sure with the Broadway draw. Terrible river up for Phil. Just going to have to check call this. Is Marius going to get greedy?
Go off pot. Well, that's over 2 million. That's over pot size. Only flicking the call.
Yeah, I feel like it will.
2.2 milli.
Like if we're folding 8x, we're just folding everything that isn't a king or better. Be some fold if he finds it as Phil. If he thinks that Marius never got any bluffs for this, Marius has never got any bluffs for this size. How do we fold a queen eye straight here? What a fold from Phil Tate.
Wow.
What a fold that is, heads up. What?
Not many people make that fold.
I don't know where he's found it from, Tower. That is some top-notch stuff from Phil. Take a Bowser. Very nice lay down. I feel like a lot of people just one chip. We got a straight heads up. We only lose to a king. But maybe feels that Marius has never got a bluff once he goes for that size. And he was spot on.
All in. Aye.
There's 7 deuce. Marius not calling an all in.
Certainly not.
Plus.
I'm okay, thank you.
Ravi, I snap cool, says JG. I might even value raise against Ravi. Obviously, I'm joking. But I see where you're coming from.
Cool. Check.
Swap time, ace queen 2, 2 hearts. Managed for 9-7, Phil with 10-3.
Check. Check.
Always check, check. Jack of hearts on the turn.
Check.
And 8 on the river, check mark to Phil. With the 10 high, checked all the way down. Nobody wanted it.
9 high.
Huh? No. You bluff me. Try and bluff me. I know what you're saying, stop.
Queen 6 suited for Phil on the button. King Jack for Marius here. I'd personally just raise. He's been doing a lot of jamming, but gonna check on this occasion. Okay. Guess we keep in some dominate stuff of Phil, perhaps, that wants to limp button that would fold to maybe a 3.54 BB raise out of position. Marius decides to check. That's an up and down for Phil.
Bets.
300k bet. Call from Marius with the overs. Ace of spades turn. And ace of clubs river. If the ace didn't make a difference on the turn, it will make a difference on the river. But does Marius? No, he doesn't. Just check, check.
Check. Check.
Queen.
King.
King is good.
You're in.
It looks like on the right hand side of the telly is they've took £2,000 off top. Because I'm sure it's 47,000. They have. They've slight chopped it by the looks of that. It looks like that's 45,000 dead, doesn't it? Yep, it is. 45,000 dead, so 2,370 has come off the top and gone on to the second place, which makes it 37-1. So there we go. They have slightly took a buy-in and nearly a re-entry for the main event. Not bad at all. Phil is not getting paid, and he's flopped it, turned it, and just completes on the river. He's going well over.
2 million.
And that's as close as it gets.
2 million at 400k. 2 million at
What a
400k.
player. What a player.
10-7. You have any? You have anything there?
45,000 to the winner.
You have them?
37,100 to second.
You didn't have a drop or a score blind or it's must have been very bad.
You've got 7 there.
Managed for the ace 10. Should raise.
Jack 9-5. Marius still out in front. The clubs on the turn, straight draw for both. Up and down for Marius, gut shot for Phil.
That's 355.
8 of clubs on the turn. Phil folds.
Shouting, good day. Good day. Oh, sorry.
So heads up battle goes on. Marius check on the left. And Phil Tate on the right. Boys done good. Nobody's taking the aggressive route out of this heads up battle so far. All just waiting to hit. Nobody wants it. Phil not hits, doesn't bet. Marius doesn't hit, doesn't bet.
Yeah, it's just basically waiting to make hands. Don't think we've seen any bluffs other than the one from Marius, the
No.
big one trying to get him off a chop. So
And even Phil on this river doesn't want to bet either. And he's got 6 high.
Wow, and 6 high is going to win. Oh my word.
6 high. Marius, one of you take the lead.
That is embarrassing from both tower. How's 6 highs on a pot? How's neither player bet here? What is going on?
You want to see a flop, you see a flop. You see a turn, you see a river, you got 5 high, you don't make a bet.
This could be sleeping bag job if we...
This will be.
If they don't change strat. It's literally just heads up. If 2 people are sitting to wait to make a hand, you look at callers in just the full ring hold'em. It would take a long time to get there. So I feel like we're going to be passing chips back and forth for the next hour or so until something changes, someone changes strat like there. That is... Whoever's friends with Marius and Phil needs to give them both a slap on the wrist for that hand. 6 high and 5 high, heads up, not betting at any given point when they're that low down their age. They both need a telling off for that hand.
And even there, Marius not seeing a flop with King 4. And if you are playing for the trophy and not the money, you're never going to win a trophy playing like that. King 8, Phil, raise it up. How do you fold King 8? Wow. Marius to call with a 7-6. Three, 4, 4. Will be checked. There we go. 2 on the turn. Now we've got open ender now for Phil. So he's caught a little piece of it with the open ender and decides to bet. And Marius comes along for the ride. Interestingly. And this will go check, check.
Nah, Marius can't check his hand if he's checked too. May not get the opportunity, but finally, going to see some actual redlining going on, Tower.
Nice one, Tatey.
Finally! We haven't seen any yet. This is, I think, the first actual double barrel of heads up. Yeah, we've seen C-bets, but first time someone's actually bet 2 streets as a bluff, and Phil going to take that pot away from Marius. Here we go. They want to send you to sleep. The thing is, what I will say with heads up, and I say it a lot, you don't get to heads up very often.
No.
So you got to be the last 2 in a poker tournament. So people aren't very experienced at heads up. They're not going to go away and study it if they don't play it. So when they're there and they're sat there, it all becomes guesswork. And think of the first time you went and played your poker, your live poker tournament at a pub, at your local casino. You sit down full ring 9-handed, you're playing the game, and everyone at the table is probably going, who's this guy? He's never played before. He's awful. Because you don't know what you're doing. And it's exactly the same heads up. You're going to play terrible if you don't know what you're doing. And that's why we do see it a lot in the lower buying comps when we get to this stage. And it's just the fact of the matter, they're not experienced in heads up.
And also, what you got to think, 2017, 2018, this was GKPT main event money.
Yep.
It's now a £300 money.
Exactly. This is it, Tower. There's a lot of money.
This is a 3er to enter. Not 11.50 or anything like that.
Like,
it's a 3er.
I'm not sure about Phil, but might be Marius's. I know he chopped the Goliath a few years back, but might be one of his first ever heads up battles. It's just something that's new, and something that's new, you don't really know what to do. So you're just guessing, and like when you're guessing a lot, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. I've never skied in my life. If Tower gave me some skis and put me at the top of the ski slope and said, off you go, mate, I'd just break every bone in my body, because I've never done it before.
Yep.
And like, they've made it to this point, so must know the way around the poker table, but just maybe don't know their way around heads up. And that's probably what it is.
Oh, domination, man.
So Manius lets them see a flop. Out flops Phil Tate. Jack 9-5 flops the Jack. Manius waiting for somebody to catch up. There you go. You're going to get the bad news now. Better flop, better turn, we win the pot. Now we're going to lose it.
Even here, Tal, where's the value
Where's the
raise?
raise?
Where's the value raise?
Yeah.
We're heads up, guys. Like it's
Where is the raise?
just as, like I say, what I just went over a few minutes ago. It's
Yeah.
just you don't know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, you're going to make little missteps. No one really gets to play heads up until you're at this stage, and you don't study it if you're not playing it. So you're just guessing. I think this might actually be the first time in the mini as well we have ever hit 300k.
Yeah.
Because I can't actually ever recall one lasting past 10 o'clock when we do it on the Wednesday night. I know this one's been huge in terms of field, 900 plus runners, but I feel like this may be the debut for the 150k, 300k in the mini main.
Do we know how many players made it through day 1A? We do, George. Good evening, sir. 20 made it through out of 86. If they're finished. Are they finished?
Yeah, I think they're just back. They should be bagging just right now, right? 11:30.
It says 20, and at the end of this, we will probably have the chip counts for that day 1A. And also the high roller as well. Because this could be another 3 hours. Are you coming down, George? You and Dad? Are you both coming down? Awesome. On the way down for the big millions on Friday. It'll be busy.
Why don't we pretend that the blinds are bigger?
Again?
You want to just get it over with? Why don't we pretend that the blinds are bigger and we'll double the blinds? Actually, no, I'm giving you that, but we'll start level chips and then we'll do that if you want.
At this point, if I was either of them, I wouldn't even look at my cards.
No, not
I'd
at all,
literally
no need.
just open, bet.
Yep.
And I feel like that would probably get the job done. The way that there's just no aggression from either. I feel like
You don't need the buys to be bigger, Phil. You just need to start opening more. Don't limp. Raise it up. Take the lead. Take the authority.
How did you know that?
I think you can work it out that one of the players is not doing it, or you're both not doing it. So just change gear. Move into second.
Willie, how did you know that? Said it's my flop, 5 deuce, 5-5 deuce.
45,000 to the win at £37,100 a second.
JG says, go tell him, Tower.
Yeah, I don't want to do it to that. I want it to be as real as possible. You know what I mean?
Should open the 9-7, but no, we'll just make it up. Now we're going to check. Five, 8, 10. Open ender for Phil, so he's going nowhere. Marius bottom pair. Wow, goes check, check. Queen of clubs turn. 300k should be cool. And gets there with a 7 on the river, does Phil Tate. This will go check, check. Showdown value, got one pair myself. It shows him the 7. What do we reckon the main gets this week, says JG? I said to Jim yesterday, 828. That's what I said. And I even had to be told how many you needed to get to the million guarantee.
No, I've got 8 minimum, 8.5.
740, I think,
What's that?
to get to the guarantee of the main event. 1350 buying
1350.
into a million. I'd need a calculator, George. JG.
Yeah, 740 sounds thereabouts. Not sure if it's spot on, but it sounds thereabouts.
You haven't got a
See more aggression in a Tiddlywinks game, says Peter King.
Oh, when you have to press down on that red one, tish, to get it over.
I don't think I've ever actually played Tiddlywinks. I know the game, obviously, but I
There's
don't
not
think.
really much to it.
You just-
And I don't know what the point actually is. It was just a game that everybody played because it was simple.
big win for Team Tate there. Big
So I
win.
can't remember actually what the actual rules were. Did you have to get the Tiddlywinks into a pot or something?
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. So over an hour ago now since we lost Dan Foskett. So 60 bigs in play, heads up, going on for over an hour now. No deal talk. There was deal talk.
Nobody's raised pre.
4 players left. There hasn't been much
Not
raising going
one.
for it, yeah.
Nobody has raised pre. $740 is correct. Cheers, JG.
We've been joking about the last couple of days.
I said 828.
You don't think it's a bit mad what we've been joking
Is that what you think we get? 828?
Yeah.
Off it in it here in Coventry.
Phil's in a call as Manius tries to get a little bit fruity. 2 on the river. And Marius. Well, this is taking this pot to different dimensions. That's a milli. He'll fold the king, he'll filter.
I'd definitely fold the king here, the way this heads up has played.
Yep. Look at that, showing him as well. Show him the 8-7, Marius. Go on, change the complexion of the game. Show him.
No.
Oh.
So 15 minutes time. Going to be at 400k. In the mini. So the 300k big blind didn't have its record for very long. They're going to go to just 40 odd bigs in play in 15 minutes time. Jago whispering in their ears, I need to go to bed, says Terry. You can watch it back, Terry, anyway. You can always go and watch it back on YouTube if you want to go to bed. Leave us here. There's literally not much to say. Like, I can't really say anything about the hands. It's limp, check, 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 check. Next hand, limp, check, 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 check. This literally that 8-7 off from Marius. It's the first sort of bluff we've seen from him. We saw a double barrel from Phil about 20 minutes ago with King 5, but an hour into heads up and only seeing one double barrel and one raised bluff, it's like just waiting around for hands. It's literally got to wait until it's ace king versus nines, like ace queen versus ace jack. Both players flop top pair plus. That's all that's going to finish this. Otherwise we will be at like 800k level and eventually 12 big blind average in about 2 hours time, and then obviously it just gives naturally. But unless we have top pair versus top pair, sort of ace king versus tens, this not finishing for an hour or so. It's just no aggression at all.
Zero.
Like I said, once from Marius and once from Phil. One each in an hour when you're seeing a hand every minute.
That 5 deuce hand. Which one? Oh, earlier on.
Off your phone when you're in hand. Marius, come on. Mr. Tate not raising up. Marius sees a flop. So, see a flop. Check with a 9 deuce. This will go check, check. Turn. Queen. This will go check, check. River. 8. Marius. Hits it. But we'll probably go check, check. And does.
9.
Marius check. Phil Tate. Both being heads up 5 times in the career. A couple of wins each. We're not for this kind of money. On you, Mr. Tate with the King 6. Raise it up with the King 6. There we go. Announcers raise to 700. First raise pre. Ace 3. Here comes a 3 bet. No, we call. Two, 3, Jack. So better 900 on the flop and a call. This is the biggest pot we've seen heads up. Huge. Queen of Hearts on the turn. Marius goes check, check. So this will go check, check the river. Well, that's the biggest pot we've seen. Oh, Mr. Tate. Somebody must have had a word. Incoming. Near 80%.
What do you think I've been in the last 5 minutes?
See. 2.5.
Yeah, and if Marius can find the call here, it's really going to swing things round. Because then the chip lead is going to be more than 3-1. Diamonds brick out, 4-5, 4-6. Will draws all brick out as well. Seems like a tidy little river to hero on, but does not pick it off.
King diamonds, innit? What I mean? I've seen Barnsley do that once. Might be blind with this race. Should call.
So Queen 4 for money, bets 400 and the Queen Eye flop. Gets some chips back. Back to levels.
Levels.
30 bigs each.
blinds. Yeah. No. We just get overdone with it. Turn it into a hyper. Yeah.
300 piece. 300 piece, 150.
He's 300.
There's a walk. Haven't seen any of that, really, because we saw the 7 deuce open for Phil. Wonder literally had to be Napkins Tower. If he opened 7 deuce, what on earth is he folding? So in 5 minutes' time, we are going to be in uncharted territory. 400k, big blind in the mini.
Mm-hmm. So Phil take 31 bigs, Manny is 30.
Premium, that's the first premium I've had. Have you had many hands like that since we sat down? Heads up. Any like... They're hard to come by, aren't they? They're hard to come by.
7 deuce now for Phil. This time does fold it on the button, the suited variety.
I'll start with the music after I just keep forgetting. I'm just conscious of it in every time now. Sorry.
It's alright. First Marius.
Ten, 9, 8. 2 diamonds. The battle of the 6 highs, both for the dummy and Gartner. Both could definitely go for stab, but neither does. Surely we have to see a delay from someone on this turn. We've both got 6 high guys. No delay. Okay. Surely a double delay. Someone's got a double delay. It can't happen again. 6 high cannot show down again. It can't. It just can't. Bet Marius. Please, someone. Just put some chips in the middle. Oh no. We're going to chop it up with 6 high. Oh. And just like that, back 9 million, 9.2 million. Get the sleeping bags in. How is it not just the... It's not even the first time. We had 6 high beat 5 high. Check, 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 check earlier. And now we're both chopping the 6 high. No one wants to bet bottom of range on any street. It's literally... We need 2 big hands to collide. Top pair versus top pair plus. Maybe 2 pairs, an ace king versus an ace queen. Ryan says he's never seen Phil this passive. I don't think I have either, but I've seen him a lot when he's playing full ring on the feature, when he's 9-handed, 8-handed. Like I say, maybe heads up, just not played it enough to feel experienced and just guessing a lot. It might be what it is. Going to be no guessing here though, because it'd be an easy fold. Facing what should be aggression from Marius. You know what? Why not? Check ace jack. No raise. We're just going to check the old ace jack in the big blind. It comes King, Queen, 9. And now the 5-3 of Phil getting there, as they say. So last hand at the 300k level, and then we will be in. We're already in uncharted territory in the 300k big blind level. We're about to get to the 400k. He's 4 suited for Marius. Not going to raise. Didn't raise ace jack, so not raising ace 4. 7 deuce again for Phil. I think this is the 4th time heads up he's found the old whip. This King Queen 3. Ace on the turn, and finally, really like this from Phil. Maybe prefer like the deuce 5, the deuce 4 with the gut shot, but finally getting some bottom end range bets. Not too well timed this one, because we have run into the top pair of Marius.
Three hearts on the river. Marius with a check mark. Stick in the bet. We know he's not getting paid by any bet he sticks in. The old 7 deuce. Done. So we are into the 400k level. Marius on the left, Phil Tate on the right, Gilly watching on at the stroke of midnight. Phil Tate with the 9-7.
King Jack 10. Double gut A for Phil. A really nice one to bet with the 9-7 double gut shot, just 9 high. Doesn't take the opportunity. Ace of spades turn.
Nine of diamonds through it. Go check, check. Show the jack. Get the chips back. Power through external cleaning, says, well, who needs rain music to get off to sleep anyways? As you can see now, the blinds are dwindling, 26.20. Something will have to give, but it could be at the 800k level. And then 10 bigs each.
I was finding out on my little wonder as well
Yeah.
if we had ever had a mini past 10 o'clock, and the tournament director seems to think no.
No.
So
Wow.
I think this may actually be one of the first surpassing 10 p.m.
Right, okay.
But are we going to surpass midnight?
Yes.
Yes. You going to go out on a limb? Not going to finish this hand?
It's definitely not going to finish this hand. Because Jack Queen is just going to call, and Phil's going to check, and then we're going to see a flop, and then we're going to check.
And then we'll check. Doubt we're checking here as Marius.
Phil checks.
Yeah, Phil checks.
There we go. Could be the next hand, still got a minute. Still Valerie's birthday for one more minute.
Oh, happy birthday, Val. Enjoy it while you can.
Flo, can we change again with PLO? You ask? Bring some cash to you.
No deck, no dealer, no change. Here we go. So just shy of 260,000 in the prize pool. The final two, 45,000 and 37,100 pounds.
I'm going to be on break in 23 minutes, which would a break that I didn't think we'd ever reach.
Mm-hmm. Jack 3-5 flop. That's Phil just bet he's not hit. Go
But-
on, you Phil.
Value bet with the king high tower.
Love it. We've got a good shot. We're calling.
Like even in little spots like this, where's a little check raise, make it a million, got our backdoor club 6 high.
There's the backdoor club.
Might have been planning the check jam there on the turn as Marius, but awful run out. As you feel he needs to bluff. Difficult when the 9 pairs to sort of bluff here. I feel like we'd value better 5, or at least we should value better 5. Not going to bluff with the 6 high. King high good for Phil.
You watch any of it, Alex? United win? My son will be happy. My son will be happy. With my new fan in. Big blind, sorry.
Marius with the ace-7. Raise it up. Make it a milli.
A milli.
There you go, there's raising chips.
First hand you've raised, Mario.
That's a fill.
Pocket 5s.
Should be a jam tower.
Should be in.
Should be a jam. 21 facing this button open. The pair should just say the words "I'm all in." Now Marius just going to get to realise equity with the A7. May have even gave him a span anyway as Marius. Wow, there's a gutter.
Hill checks. To the aggressor.
Yeah, could check back with the ace to go alongside it. It's just going to see bet. I guess we have this 7 of diamonds working. Nice little side card to have. And as Phil here, I'm going to assume that a lot of ace high, king high stuff potentially checks on this board. So may just spring it here and now.
And there he has. There's a raise to 2 mil.
Yeah, I can't fall in. Probably going to lose customer, but I feel like 5s is a nice one to actually raise here. Get called by some 9x, get called by some over pairs, stuff like Jack 10, Queen Jack having to continue as well with diamond draws. Seems nice, but I doubt we're going to.
Oh, has he said all in? Where did that come from?
Well, we come from Marius's mouth because.
Where did that come from?
He is
I wasn't
all in.
expecting that.
I don't think any of us was expecting that.
Wow, look at the crowd, baby. Wow.
And that will seal it
That'll
on the turn.
that'll do it. Look at that. That is enormous. Where did that come from? Wow. Leaves us down on what? 3 bigs, 4 bigs. 4 bigs. And Valerie says that's the last ever birthday, she's having no more. Oh, nice one. Yep. You play it very tight all the way through, and then all of a sudden we've got a gutter. I'm in. Woo! So Marius on 4 bigs, Phil Tate's got the rest.
We all got it anyway, we all got to see it, like 5 of us.
Ross is just probably on a 30-second delay by the looks of this. He just realised what's just happened and gone, huh?
No, I think he's talking about Thomas Davenport in the chat.
Oh,
Said
right.
almost as bad as that Rosserman guy.
Oh, right.
I don't know if they know each other or not, but considering Thomas Davenport has hit the nail on the head, I'm guessing they do know each other. I'd love to have a pint. Unfortunately, I can't, Ross. I've done my neck in. So, no drink. I'll be straight to bed. I might do some clicking, as you know, some chopping trees, some mining rocks, your favourite, Rosser.
He'll get to bed at 7 because he's got an extra hour off tomorrow morning. And he'll be like, "Oh, I'm a bit tired tonight. Only had 2 hours sleep. What were you doing? Chopping trees." Jack 9 for Phil. He says, "I'm all in." Marius for the 9-4 says, "No, you can have to have my big blind down to 3 bigs." Down to 3.
Why is Rosser a crab? Why is he called the crab? Is it always because he's jumping in side after side after side? Side to side to side to side. Plays it all. I think he actually got a package last year as well. Little 10k package for his troubles.
Indeed.
Ace 9 for Marius.
And then Phil says, yeah, here we go. All the team are around. Could be a double up on the way.
The rail.
7. Always coming 7.
6, 8, 10. So now 9's playing.
4's playing as well. And we can still find the 5.
A 4, a 5, or a 9.
Mr. Phil
in there.
Phil Tate is the champion of our mini main. £47,370. Marius Czech second, 34,730. Great effort from both. The heads up was a bit
Different.
bit tight, bit passive. Done terrifically to make it that far. Was a bit of a slog heads up. Great payday for both. We have our mini-main champion, and that is Phil Tate. Are we doing interviews or are we closing up shop?
Go on then, let's go and have a chat to winner.
We'll send Tower on his way. We'll get everything set. It was a bit of a slog for us today, guys, but we got there in the end. Weren't expecting the mini to run through midnight, but here we are. Still here at 10 past 12, and Phil Tate the name on the trophy once again. Great turnout from everyone. Over 900 runners in the mini seems to be the norm now. Getting this sort of turnouts for these smaller buy-ins is nearly £50,000. Great sum of money for a £300 comp, and it's Phil that is taking the money home. We'll get him moved over. We'll get everything set and ready, and we'll see what Phil has to say for us. And then I assume we're going to finish back up in the booth tower. And Marius Czech, come close. But just missing out on the trophy. £34,730. I'm sure he won't mind that at all. And big thank you to the chat box, everyone that's tuned in today. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Obviously didn't get to catch the 6 max, but the mini main with 47k up top, who wouldn't want to watch that? And looks like Phil is ready. He's waiting for the tower. I don't know where he goes, what he does. Finally, the tower and Mr. Phil Tate, who is our mini main champion.
There's only so much TV time you can have, man.
Ah, man, that was mental, wasn't it?
I'll tell you what, we need to brush up on this heads-up battling, no aggression. But
Yeah,
start of the day,
yeah.
you had all the chips. Tell me how you got them.
We just had a good day yesterday. Do you know what? I actually bought in at 11 p.m. on the day one, and we got we bagged 160k in a couple of hours, and then day two was just mental. Honestly, we couldn't miss. We lost one hand actually at the end of day two, and it was like 9-10 against sevens. He turned the 7, but everyone was just certain we were going to hit the 9 or the 10. You know, it was people couldn't believe it that I lost that hand. It was like that. It was mad.
We came into today, we saw the chips then, we thought you got half the chips in play. This is like, it's just going to be like a formality.
It started going a little bit south at one point, and then we somehow turned it around and got a few bluffs through, and it was mad.
Yeah, it was, and I know we've just been joking about the heads-up battle with old Marius. You know, it is a tough one. It is, but this is 300 quid into 45 grand.
Yeah, crazy,
Massive.
crazy. Yeah, it was hard because I wasn't getting the hands, and Marius is a sticky guy. It was like whenever I was pushing, he was just calling. It was like, I'm going to throw this away in a minute. So I just had to keep not going for it, you know. So it was mad.
Well, you got every chip in the end.
Yes.
Finally.
Yes.
Well done, buddy.
Thank you very much.
We got a trophy, and we're going to get Kyle with the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a massive round of applause for the winner of the Mini, Mr. Phil Tate! Fantastic. Just one more thing, Phil. High five, baby. Oh, what a bogus!
Yes. As well. There's some very special people in here actually that have helped me so much. I kind of snuck in the back door of poker just because of a couple of individuals. I don't want to say names because I will forget people and they know who they are. Yeah, I couldn't have. I guess I've fast-tracked poker a little bit, and it's down to them. So they put a lot of time in. And also, there's one person. I got some news this morning. Again, I can't say his name because nothing's official, but he's having a bad time at the minute, and he's probably one of the main guys that got me into poker. So I just want to say to him that everyone is behind him and to just stay strong.
Kind words.
Yeah, man.
Kind words from a champion. Phil Tate, well done, buddy. Jay, finish it off.
And that is us done for the day, guys. Nice little interview there with the champion, Phil Tate. Nice payday, nice trophy. I'm sure he'll be back in the mix for the main. We're going to get the winner's picture, but that is it from us today. We are back tomorrow. What's wrong?
He didn't high five me.
It's because he can't reach. You're 7 foot, man.
He didn't high five me. I can't believe it. Oh, honestly, yes, it was a bit of a drag, and but £300 into 45,000. That's what it's all about, and that's the winner's picture that he's going to be taking home and framing and putting on the mantelpiece sometime in the near future. Well done, Tatey. Well done, everybody. As Jay has just said and finished off. As he's just said, that's what we've got tomorrow. The high roller with chip counts coming overnight. I don't know if they're bagged up or not. I'm not too sure if everybody's finished.
Chip counts on social.
Chip counts on social.
In about an hour.
So 1:20 tomorrow. We will see you then. But Phil Tate has got one of the best winners pictures I think we've ever seen. Look at that. He's got, there we go. We'll leave him. That's great. We'll leave him to it. That's the best winner's picture ever. Even Marius wants to get in as well. That's a fantastic winner's picture. Eventually getting there. 400k level. Who'd have thought it at the mini? But well done, Tatey. £45,000. We will see you tomorrow for the high roller. You're going to want to watch that because this is one field for the high rollers. It's been a great effort by everybody. But the mini winner, Mr. Phil Tate. Well done, everybody. 1:20 tomorrow. Come and join us. See you then for the high roll. Ta-ta.
Good night.
Just one of them, wasn't it? You just ran it. You had outs as well. You had outs. Yeah, that's what I was going. Thank you. Nice one. Did you come down? Yeah. Thank you, man.
Yeah, I'm going for snowboarding. I'm not here.
Oh, you really? Oh, nice.
Yeah, good luck.
We'll catch up. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you. Thank you very much.